a get-together with the brothers and sisters.
Get over in the camera.
Now, that...
Get in the camera, not out of it.
This way.
Get in the camera.
There,
right there. Come on, right there.
Get up.
They're seeing this.
Now that's a nice shot. That's a nice
Brothers
shot.
and sisters together now. It's just a situation that I think that we're really, really blessed to have. There's not too many families that have the unity that we have, the love that we have, and the fantastic family that we have. And I think that the gifts that you guys can give us with the stories, the reminiscing, the family history is going to be passed down from to us, to my kids, to my grandkids, and on down. And we discussed it, and it's something that the whole family really, really wants. And we want to thank you for being our parents and our aunts and uncles. Thank you.
We're in an open house.
Oh, yeah.
Let's toast that. Let's toast that. Let's toast that.
We're
Leanna's going to read
toasted.
a little short story that Pamela Dowd wrote, and this is in regards to Uncle Jack.
Get out there where we can see you, Diane. We want you in here.
You want me to
A little more,
break this camera?
Come in a little bit.
There you go.
There you go, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Ready?
This was written-
Wherever you want.
This was written by Pamela Dowd in 1973, and it's called A Gift of Love, and I'll try not to cry. I placed both ends on the black doorknob and pulled hard, making a crack just enough for me to weasel into the homemade workshop. In this hideaway, 3 walls were covered in tools hanging neatly from nails and counters filled with projects in process. On the 4th wall was a coal stove that he made from scraps. Next to the warmth was an unpainted chair. Across the wooden floor stood a man that had used his muscles to make his living. He was dressed in a white t-shirt and faded jeans. The legs were rolled up at the bottom, making cuffs. On his feet he wore black GI-like boots. I tiptoed across the floor and wrapped my arms around his thigh. "Hello, Grandpa." He took my hand and walked to his chair, lifting me to his knee. Grandpa had charcoal black hair that was covered with an old worn baseball cap which shaded his well-tanned face. Soft eyes glanced out of his wrinkled features. His looks were so much like Lee Marvin's, I would tell my friends my grandpa was a movie star. Grandma says you have a surprise for me." He bent over and pulled a tattered tarp from his latest creation. There was my favorite color on the body of a trike. It had chrome fenders and white wall tires. The seat was so far off the ground it had 2 steps on the back. I hopped on to take it for a test run, quickly racing out of the shop and around the picnic table. My grandpa stood in the doorframe of his garage with a smile on his face that showed the pleasure of giving. "Grandpa, play the trike game with me." He placed his body in my path. "Stop, it's a red light." I came to a stop in the shadow of the great man. He bent down, placed his hands on mine, which were still tightly clenched to the pink handle grips on my trike. He squeezed my hands and said, "Go!" As I pedaled to show Grandma my new prize, I shouted, "I love you the mostest, Grandpa."
Okay, I really don't know how to begin the talking, but what I would like to do is whoever remembers Grandma and Grandpa the most, which will probably be you and us, is to start talking a little bit about their life and what you can remember, and then just start filling in your stories, what happened to you as kids, who played what musical instrument. I know that Don and John used to dance as kids, and then all you guys used to play some kind of musical instrument. I think you played piano, Dad played trumpet, saxophone. Uncle John played another instrument.
Let's leave the switch.
And trumpet, and Uncle, what did you do?
Played the
Violin.
violin.
With the violin.
Dad played guitar.
Grandpa played the guitar.
Yeah.
They're the one that got switched.
Every time Dad said that, I thought was really, really great. He said that Grandpa was gone and came home, and one of the boys did something, and he went into the closet where we cut the belt to beat on you boys, and you or Jack, somebody took the belt and cut it up in
Me and Paul.
Yeah. Put the belt and with the boys, and here's the belt on these little pieces.
He thought it was funny. They kept funny. He thought it was funny until he went to find his belt.
What did Grandpa do? Did he spank him?
turned around.
Everybody
They
did
had
that.
It was always tipped over on
That was
Halloween.
Halloween fun.
What about the cigar smoking thing?
Now it's vandalism and a jail sentence.
That's right.
It was over on that.
Oh, well, didn't you guys get caught smoking cigars and Grandpa nailed you and made you smoke a whole box of them?
Me and George were smoking. But I don't remember what the hell we were smoking. We went cooching in and
Indian tobacco.
I don't know what it was.
I think I can remember the only spanking that Dad ever gave me. Was in the old house, you know. And they had alfalfa, you know, so high and everything else. And Dad said, come on, let's go. And I said, no, I'm not going. And Dad said, yes, you are. And away I started running through the alfalfa.
Bad thing to do.
And they took me, boy, spanked me.
I only
I was
remember-
little. Well, I was about 5 then, or 4, I guess. 5. And I can remember that.
I think I remember the only spanking Dad gave me. He came home at night, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and he drove in the yard and he said, Georgie! And I went over and he picked me up and put me in his lap and he paddled the hell out of me for throwing matches, lighting matches at the Eber kids. You know, talking about running from Dad. We were sitting on the porch of the old house. This is the funniest story of mine.
You gotta imagine Polly was about 15 or 16 and 6 foot high.
Smart kid.
With legs about this big around and run like a deer.
We were talking about, I don't know, running or something, and Dad says, do you think you can run away from me? And I said, Dad, I can beat you blindfolded. And he said, look, son, get going. But he said, I won't get you, I'm going to kick your ass. Backward. Get going, so I took off. And down through the fence, I jumped Christensen's fence and down through the old Christensen orchard. And I jumped the canal. And Dad jumped it right in the middle of it. I got laughed so goddamn hard. He caught me and he kicked my ass. I couldn't run.
I don't remember ever getting spanked by my dad, but I know whenever he wanted to correct me, he would go over across the room and say, come over here. He had a little, come over here, and he had a little switch, and he was on the legs with it. And if you didn't come, so then finally you'd go over there, and he'd go across the room. Now come over here. That would go on for an hour and a half. By the time you got through, you followed him. He did every one of the kids that, though. Every one of them.
No, not us younger ones because he wasn't home. Dad was out of town so much when we were. Mom used to make us little. Mom used to make us come over and sit in
Sit
the
on a
corner
chair.
on a chair, remember?
I still got the chair.
I got the chair. Brutality, gee.
Boy, it was fun. When my mother used to go to town, leave me with these 4 boys. And if you know what 4 little boys can do.
We were good kids, believe it.
They'd tease hell out of me, and I'd get so mad. Mother had tape that she used for sewing, and I tied them onto a chair. I think they must have let me and thought it was a lot of fun because I don't know how I would have done it otherwise.
Let me tell
I
us.
controlled them.
Since she's talking about us boys, let me tell us. The little old round tub that went at the end of the stove.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Everybody in turn got their back. But boy, when them girls got in there and one of the boys walked in and we were like this, we didn't know one woman from another. Scream and holler and cry, and then mother would spank us and run us out.
But the funny thing about it was, they talk about the family rate down, the boys and the girls. Hell, we all slept with our sisters till we was 15 years old. We all in bed now.
We had 4 in a bed.
4 to a bed.
Yeah, and when one shifted, we all shifted. Yeah. When we had our Saturday night baths.
That's what we was talking about, the little round tub.
Yeah, that was
The
before
boiler
that,
on the
when we were little, smaller. You probably don't remember this, but when they were tinier, Mother just lined us up with 1 tub of water. First one to go
took it was heavy. One tub,
Got our bath.
one tub, had a little hot water here and there.
Like the bartender watched the glasses. Both.
You know, Mother's dad, now I was only about 2 then.
I would remember.
Yeah, you were about 1 in Bingham. And Dad and Mom were going someplace, I don't know where. And she had some her hair.
And
Maybe
And she put it in the eye. Remember?
Curling iron.
You can't remember.
Curling
but you
irons,
know
I
about
remember.
that. And the thing went through
Curling
the
irons.
eye. Ooh.
And they used to use curling irons to
Yeah.
wash their hair before permanent.
And that was terrible, I'll tell you.
In those days, it was,
Yeah.
But you kids weren't even born then.
But we remember when you had to wear the flour sack pants.
Oh, yeah. Should I tell you what happened to that? It was terrible coming home.
The trouble was, the button was always off in the back. You had to use safety pins to keep them on.
Well, I could remember Donna's U&I pants and my U&I shirts.
or hustler's flower.
Yeah.
The flour sack.
Utah, Idaho. That's what it said right on the back of it.
Remember
U&I.
Mother curling her rags?
Oh, yeah, that's how we got curls.
Yes.
Mother.
Remember one time, Jack and George got into it. I think it's George was about 10, 12, 13, 14, I don't know. But he was going to kick the hell out of Jack. And Jack didn't want to hurt him. But Jack would held him out like this, and George would boom, 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 boom. He couldn't hit him. And Jack couldn't get rid of him, so he just picked him up and put him in the rose bushes. And I got down and say that.
The last time Mother ever gave Jack a spanking, she had her stick. She got her stick after him, and he took the stick away from her, broke it, and showed handed it to her.
Oh, I remember that.
I remember Jack that had that goat,
Oh, yeah.
and every time he
Remember the
turned around,
Mother made him take the damn harness out and bury it.
and every time Joe would turn around, well, the goat was there, and way goes the Jack.
Let me tell one
At
on
the back end.
Let me tell one on home. When we first moved in, or when, I guess after I was born, we was living in the old homestead, and all it had was canvas around it, with no siding on it. It was pretty,
No, we had was potatoes and bread.
the dad used to stop up at the old house and grandma's and bring a big old milk can full of water down on the running board of the car. So this night, Dad's coming home from work with a can on the side of the running board, and there the damn sheets got open in the field. Down, boy, dropping the hell out of opal. So Dad, he bails off the car and spills his water all over. And he wasn't mad about the sheep or opal, he was mad about spilling the water.
Well, speaking of those cans of water, we didn't have water in our house down there when we first moved in, and so Dad would stop for work and pick up the water at my grandma's house, where she had a well. That would be our drinking water. And he'd bring these cans of water down on the side of the car, and that's what we drink. Well, every night, one of us kids had to take drank the snack about 6 times and she'd give it withdrawal. And Grandma come down and she,
Oh.
oh my God, you've killed me. But the old thing, it just laid there for a little while, pretty soon it got up and walked away.
Hey,
Screw his name.
remember Cutie, the,
Oh,
the,
yeah.
was it you or that was
George.
Was it George that we went after that? The
I don't
Cutie?
remember who it was, Cutie, I remember the damn mean cow.
Was it you?
I don't think so.
No, I thought it was
He
you.
didn't actually
right.
He got in the pen with Judy and Judy
Yeah,
damn
somebody
near killed
did.
him.
I remember,
Molly.
yeah.
Somebody did.
Was it George?
Yeah, it was George.
I can remember, oh, that, it was mute, oh.
Remember the story of when Dad killed the pig?
Oh, yeah, we want to hear that.
We're gonna
Now,
kill
well,
somebody.
We lived in Grandma's house, and Dad said he was going to go kill the pig. So, boy, we were all excited, all of us down there, about 4 of us, I guess, down there.
Sitting
We
in
was
the buggy?
standing around the pen there watching him kill this pig. Well, evidently he was going to shoot it in the head with a revolver, and then he takes a knife and splits its throat. So he took the gun and he shot the pig all right, and he hollered for somebody to hand him a knife, and you could see a kid smile.
We just sit in the buggy and watch.
Was Mom and Dad with that turkey deal when Joe tried to kill the turkey with Dad? And they had blood in that he was doing that room for fat at that here where it is in there, you know. They came from Oregon. Mom and Dad were with that, you know. And I don't know whether it was Joe or your dad hit that turkey in the neck, and water or blood. The whole place was full of blood. I think it was Dad and Joe.
Yeah.
Well, to get serious though, my mom and dad, they really did work hard to raise all of us kids. Mother and I
sure did.
used to pick fruit all summer, and we put up 500 quarts of fruit every summer, and churn butter, and
I
Oh, yeah,
remember
tell me
turning
about
butter.
it.
I remember.
everybody had to churn butter. Come home from school, start churning. Churn.
And it didn't take very long. It took about, it
Seemed like 14
No,
hours.
Sitting on that same old chair. Yeah, but the night, remember coming home, you used to open the refrigerator, take some cream and
Have
that
cream.
put it in the thing,
In the
and throw in
cream.
some strawberries, some sugar, or some peaches in it.
homemade bread.
If mother get up in the morning and didn't have no cream for coffee and raise hell, we'd take all the cream when we come home at night.
Well, we didn't come home with snack either, because that was saved for lunch. We just didn't snack on it.
But somehow they got it.
But I remember that.
Well, we always had all.
Remember the bread
homemade
days?
bread.
Yep.
We had grandma cakes.
Yep, Frank Degmar used to come down there, he could smell them 40 miles.
All the kids in the neighborhood was around. And mother used to
Bake
bake grandma
bread.
cakes and hand them out the window with big
Yeah.
thick jelly jam on them.
Hey, when everybody had this small farm.
Neighbors and all, not just his own kids, everybody else's kids.
Do you remember that?
We had this other small farm.
Only it was chicken fun.
Yeah, we were quarantined.
Every one of us.
Well, we were in about 6 weeks, they said we had smallpox.
Yes.
And finally, they
The
came
whole
down.
family. Every one of us.
Before
Yeah, I
the health
remember.
came down, we all got
We
happened. I don't know, mother would move in the front room or she'd moved somewhere. And dad, he slept somewhere else. Now tell me how the rest of the kids got here.
Well,
She's always had one of
Liz'
the
mother
kids.
was always pregnant, she said.
I don't know.
She said, all I had to do was put my pants by the bed, and I
was
put my
pregnant.
pants over the bed.
I know everybody that was sick was in bed with mother and dad was someplace else. Because he had to work.
How about the night that he came home with his pants on?
Oh,
I'll tell you what happened there. Dad went out this night.
Yeah,
I don't know. Mother always claimed he did a lot of things that I don't know about. But anyway, this night he came home in the old Model T.
Raining like hell.
Yeah, it was raining. Oh, it was raining like crazy. And this old Model T, you go in the side doors, and then you had to go in and walk up an aisle and get in the front seats, or else you just sat down the back. Well, he come home smashed this night, and he sat down on the back seat and thought he was in the house in bed. He told me this himself.
I know.
And he's just sitting on the back seat of the old Model T, and he's undressed. So all of a sudden he decides he's not in the house. So he goes in the house with his clothes over his arm. Dad told me about that years
I
later.
laughed about that. I'm telling you.
I can remember
Here's
the day.
another one that comes to,
Go ahead.
talking about Jack. In the old house, you come up, back from the old alley and come up into the back door of the house. Come through the chicken pen back there and into the house and the front door. So Jack come in drunker than hell one night, back Model T, your back door, come in the back way. He didn't stop. He put the Model T right in the basement.
We didn't have a basement, we just had a hole there.
Well, we had a
Oh, there
hole.
was always a basement there.
So
In the mud.
Jack just steps out, the goddamn thing opens the door, goes in, goes to bed. Leaves the Model T there, and when we get up, here's the Model T half in the basement, and there's Jack's bed asleep.
Well, he did the same thing after he was married.
He built a porch after
She
that.
made it
The
that.
car he had, he was driving a car and got on the train track. and he
Those
couldn't get
Oh,
in the
yeah,
car.
that was Studebaker.
But I thought we were in Vegas when he went through the.
Oh, no.
So the train come along and hit the car and put it 40 miles down the street, down the railroad track, and the cops came and they looked up and down and all over the place. So they went home to tell his wife about it. They couldn't find him, and he was in bed
He
sleeping.
answered the door.
So they handcuffed him and took him to jail.
Jack says, that was when the MPs, that was during World War II, that was when the MPs were there, and he said, what teed me off the most, he doesn't care about the car, but he said, goddamn MP stole my pork roast.
Oh, Jack had some funny stories.
Yeah, that was when
46.
Don was in Las Vegas with the folks because Jack was driving an old 29 Ford back and forth.
And Maxine was living in the home when Jack went through the
Really?
back end of the house.
Yeah.
Well, the first time
was living
Jack
with
went
Frank
through,
and I in Long's house, because we were taking care of the
I
house
was on
while they were
survey
in
game,
Vegas.
so I was away.
Yeah.
first time he put it through, for the second time, I was there. And he put it through there, and that's when Dad built a big hunk of cement out back. That damn thing was wetter
Put the
than
stoop
that
out there.
fireplace and that, right in the back of the house.
Still there when we was up there, then when we went through the house.
The old cement stoop.
Did you go with this, Donna, Keith, and you and I went to the old house?
Yeah,
And that old
I didn't know
hunk of
it was
concrete is
outside.
still there when you go from the side.
Oh, I was there. I was
Oh, was
there.
it?
I was there, yeah.
Because you used to go up to the back porch, and then you
You used to go
had to
into
go
the side
down and
and they
make
made
the
it
turn
into
into the
the
basement.
Oh, remember, I'll tell you, when we had the orchestra, or what we had, I don't know.
Wasn't all that-
And we had all of our, the only entertainment we had at the time. We didn't have radio,
feather duster. I used to get the hell beat out of me with a feather duster.
George had clobbered me about 4 times, knocked me on my butt, and I get pissed off and start crying. I go grab the feather duster and around the house. But not the feather duster,
The
the old cloth duster.
fuller brush duster wasn't feather.
You know, we had a lot of good fun though.
You remember when you were only about 2 years old and Dad tried to make you walk down on his hand?
Was that me?
Uh-huh.
I remember somebody, I never talked about it.
They can stand on his head and he cried. They practiced that for so long, he'd cry every time they fight. Finally, they did it. He could walk on Dad's hand, stand on Dad's hand.
But old Ira Dern come down one time. He come down there, he had a kid just my size. Or was it you? Was it me or you? I don't know.
Was you, George?
Anyway, he had a kid just about our size. Paul and I were all the same size.
He was boxing.
We had these boxing gloves.
Ira Dern was a
And
boxer.
so right away, Dad and Ira Dern started talking about these boxing. So they finally got me and this Ira Dern's kid with the gloves on. And I popped him the first time, blooded his nose, and that was the end. And then the women were all mad at everybody. mother and his mother and everybody were mad at everybody. The kid, he was crying.
Yeah, I remember that second one yesterday.
Yeah, I can hear that. I can
You
see
guys
that.
remember on the horse? Do you have any experiences with the horse?
Oh, God, do we ever.
We got some
Oh,
pictures
that
of
damn
that.
horse and that dog.
Shoots?
Killed Ebert's dog.
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
Ebert's
Prince,
dog one day.
Yeah.
every time we went to the church, or after some meat,
Oh,
Prince would go with me.
Oh, let's see,
And
that
then
was
we
done
all
before our
cats,
time.
yeah.
I just barely remember him talking
Yeah,
about
the cat.
that.
They killed those
Sheep
cats.
was the one that
The
I
bishop
remembered.
cat.
Yeah.
You know,
Sheep
they
was the dog I remembered.
We didn't have the refrigeration, and so every other night, one of us kids would have to walk to 33rd South, which was home.
See, very far now,
Get
it did
food
then.
for the next 2 days. And every time we'd go there, there was some mean kids, and they'd take our meat away from us, and we'd have to chase them all over the neighborhood to get our meat back. And Mother'd wonder why we were late. Yeah,
There was
that
talking.
cat.
And I remember when Paul took Jack's bike. Oh, gee. He takes it down to the butcher shop. What does he do? Just flops it on the ground right there in front of the butcher shop. When he come out, somebody's run over it. Oh, boy. Was he in it?
For 50-cent pot roast. I was every
Always
Saturday get out there.
remember that.
50-cent pot roast.
50 cent.
Get a 50-cent pot roast about that
Big
big,
as a cow.
about that thick. I'd feed all 7, 9 of us, I guess.
I remember one Christmas, Mother brought the 3 boys tricycles.
You know,
And they got on those tricycles and they went
Round and
round
round.
dining tables.
We got we've got pictures in there.
But they didn't have those tricycles, 4 hours, I think, till they had them all apart and was riding around on one wheel.
yeah. I always thought Uncle Tom bought us those bicycles. You know, that was real little. I know, but that's what I thought at the time. And
You
I
know-
remember we got boots. I think the same year we got rubber boots.
Usually, too, if we didn't have a dog, a cat, a little one, on Christmas, I can remember getting a dog, a little dog, every
At
year.
Christmas? I thought there was only had about 3 dogs.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, we had the 2, Prince and
Well,
Sheik.
yeah.
And
no,
then
they'd always
boots.
find.
When Paul brought boots in his pocket.
Where did we get Don? Where did, Don?
Don was boots in his pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was violent.
Boots bit Mrs. Player and Dad shot Don. That was the night we danced the Coconut Grove.
Yeah, we had our orchestra and all 5 of us
You
played
know,
on that
in
orchestra.
Salt Lake, they brought up the story of who owned the horse.
Sunday?
Yeah.
Jack.
Jack brought the horse home.
Well,
Jack and Gallagher and I think Jack Ackerman in that old car. They had that
well,
car that was
the
crap all over
Woolies
the back.
were going to
Well, Willie's was the one that owned it. got, June got it from her dad.
And, oh, that pig
No,
was
it's-
in our house, and it got too big, and then it went down the basement, and it got too big, and it was in the backyard, and it got too big.
And they make
And
pork
they
chops
put
out
it
of it.
out in the field, and they killed it, and we threw it away.
Nobody did it.
We couldn't eat him. Mother always had the root beer and beer fermenting behind the stove. We had coal stove, by the way, which was warm back there. Beer was always
Had a
fermenting
boil
and our root
going,
beer
all
was
the
always
time.
there.
For watching.
That's what we drank.
With
That.
burn up grapes.
Remember,
And milk straight from the cow.
old Hippo, she used to turn Mom in about every damn month, bootlegging.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember.
Oh, what they all was, the cats went out.
Yeah, they all of them come out there one time, went out in the backyard and dug up a big hole where we buried some dead chickens.
Had the feds out there digging up all
Oh.
the chicken pens for
They
big
went to
boots.
know where our
Still
steak
was.
wine, big wine and beer.
I remember root
She
beer
always,
there.
root to the kids.
And I remember when it started to explode and everybody had dashed for the steps down there, bring up the beer and start opening it real fast and dump it back in the crock.
The tomato ketchup, remember the first ketchup? Oh, man, the
I don't
caps that
remember.
hit that floor just like bullets hitting the floor.
But I remember down the neighbors had some ketchup, we were throwing it for bombs. Boy, they hit a rock or a tree or something and you, wow, like a volcano.
Our favorite
These boys
drink.
got somebody's cat one time, and
Oh,
painted it green and hung it on
whose
the
cat?
clothesline.
Oh, we painted him first and hung him up to dry.
Painted him green and hung him on the clothesline. Dry.
Oh, we get our butts kicked for that?
You remember the favorite drink? Worm juice.
Oh, yeah, our apple cider. Paul and I were the ones, we went down to the Mormon neighbors down there and they threw us out.
Grandma had an apple tree, but the
Oh, we had a lot of apple trees.
full of worms.
Oh, yeah.
They'd take them home and grind them all up, and that was our cider.
Freeze them up, right?
We old apple cider ferment maker.
To make
Grind
the
up.
juice.
Yeah.
That's
We
what
had the regular milk.
Yeah.
Grind in the press.
Yeah, we did that old
So
But
grind.
there was more trees than one. See, I remember when the cherry orchard was up there and the apple orchard was down
Oh,
below.
Grandma was always getting after us because she had cherry trees and we was always stealing her cherries. She had raspberry bushes and we was always going through and picking her raspberries.
She didn't squeal her down
She
and
was
steal her
always
squash.
having trouble.
She used to have Hubbard squash seasons. I could sit on one
Poor
bigger than
Grandma.
I was.
I remember
it
they'd
all.
go through the field and wait down the hay so they couldn't cut it and she got mad at Mother for that.
Grandmother had, Frank had a bicycle. And Grandma said, I'll give it to you when you get the new one, you know. So Frank got a new bicycle. Well, he was always getting something new. Us kids, we didn't have anything.
Well, we got
But
something
Frank
new.
had
The Ducks
everything.
got it and built it.
And anyway, I was some place, I don't know where I was. Anyway, I got home, and there goes the bicycle. Grandma told it, way it's gone. Same as the Sykes cake.
Everybody got
I don't know, that was
Did the
Jack's
same
or
thing.
George's, the one that we had that passed down the road. Was that George or Jack?
The bike that passed down, everybody, including me.
One with the 57 coats of paint.
And that didn't have any chain on it.
Oh, no, that happened after my time.
No, it was yours.
I thought it was Jack.
That was the old Brooks end that I rode to school.
That's right. Then
Well,
we-
I rode that
I
after I
think
left.
all the bicycles you kids had, you built them from junkyard.
And everyone, I paid $1 for my first bike and it had garden hose tires.
Well, we
With
lived,
wire in the middle.
we lived about 2 blocks from the dumps. And George and I knew what time every garbage truck hit that dump. And we was there to see if there was any good stuff.
We had the best toys in the whole neighborhood.
We get stuff and drag it home and build
I
it.
had a kitty car 6 foot long.
Yeah, I know.
The dump now is a exclusive housing tract.
Yeah.
You don't
We're gonna dig in
remember,
their basement, boy.
you don't remember, somebody dug a big hole in the front yard. And, you fell in it.
Oh, no, that was a trench across the street. You're talking about Fred Moore now?
Yeah,
Okay. It was a trench when they were putting Grandma's water in,
yeah.
across the street.
Well, he fell in it.
No, he didn't. Fred drew a born put him in it.
Well, anyway.
He left him and ignored him. And he kept running back.
You tell us.
Okay, I know it because I was there.
I was.
I was about his size. Oh, he's running back back and forth down there. Was it Paul or was it Gene? I guess
It was
Gene was
Gene.
in the ditch.
It was Gene. It was
Gene in the ditch, okay. And anyway, he's running back and forth. This damn ditch is about 12 foot deep. And he's down in there, and old Fred just peeked around once in a while. And Gene, Uncle Shed, help me out.
God damn you, Uncle Shed, get me out of here.
Well, he got mad, boy.
Oh, only 2 years old.
God damn it, Uncle Shed, help me out. Oh, I never forget old Fred used to tease him. Paul will remember when Uncle, was it Tom or Rass, that had run with a damn cock of hay and throw on us? I think it was Tom. Scared, we were so damn scared of him, it was pitiful. He'd grab all these damn things and we'd take off. They'd run and throw it on top of us and down we'd go. And he'd claw up under it and he'd kick off again. Throw another one on top of us. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And they were scared to death of him. We wouldn't go near that damn alfalfa patch when he was around.
Another time, I remember I was riding a load of hay back to the old field, and the whole damn hay load dumped on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
These guys all digging like hell. They thought I was dead under there. What happened? All the hay load dumped on top of it, but I let in the ditch. I can see I I crawled out the ditch. These guys pulling hay. Where the hell is it?
That was a flatbed truck. That they
The wagon.
Yeah,
The wagon.
yeah, in those days, they cut the lucerne hay and let it dry, and then they'd have to go with a pitchfork and pitch it all up onto this wagon. And he would have to get up there and
Trump, I was
tromp
a
it
Bishop
down.
Trump.
So did I. Listen,
So did I.
well,
I got the
A
album,
dozen times.
like the tricycle. Would you guys like that where they were talking about these things, about those in the tricycles and stuff in there?
Oh,
I
that's
got the album.
You mean the one that got over at Jack's when he had all that stuff and you guys were
The
riding?
tree tricycle?
No, when you guys
Yeah, it's on the tape. It's on the tape. We've seen it on the video.
No, the tree tricycle that you kids
Oh,
got. I
I-
got a picture of
Oh,
it.
have you? Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. Yeah. Oh, hell, I do. Round, remember the old round table? We go round the table. Round the table and in the kitchen and back around the table. Hell, yeah. I remember those.
Anyway.
Three different sizes.
Yeah.
I've seen a picture of that.
I don't know what the hell I was getting.
Just-
And I always had a beer deal. I got a picture with my
Never
beer.
been a tricycle. Never been a bike.
I was two, I think.
Never got, always wanted a wagon with a stake body on it. Never did get on a wagon. I wanted that all my life.
But wasn't you the one that stole the one over the rights and brought it home?
Hell, I don't know. I wanted one all my life and I never did.
Don't
get one.
worry, little brother. I'll give you a little red
I
wagon.
got two now. I got a blue one and a red one.
Well, I can remember when
Two in my back.
No, for Max probably remember well, when I stole the pedal car from Anderson's.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
I was gonna go to Bingham. Well, Bingham's only 25 miles.
Oh, 25 from that.
Yeah, that's all.
Just around the corner now.
But anyway,
2 or 3 years old.
when Dad found me, I was down by Granite High about
Little
5th
old
East,
pedal cars.
5th East and 33rd South, just pedaling like hell right down the middle of the
Well, they
road.
had to go a
33rd
mile.
Street.
Had to go a mile to pick those, to steal the car. And then went from there.
But I can remember them people coming with very few cars in those days. But hell, they'd honk at me and I'd say, the hell with you, I've got a car too.
Well, you was always going someplace all by yourself.
Remember Grandma's horse, Jane?
Oh, yes, I spread it. Well, this day, the last time I ever seen the horse, just before she sold it, I'd worked all week long. I got the wagon all loaded with manure. And boy, I got the driver down. I got down right in front of our house. And Jack, he come over and he said, "Hey, you got something wrong here." And he took the bridle off the horse. And I run crying home to mother that he got to finish the trip with the horse. That's the last time I ever seen him. Yeah, I couldn't have been over, what, 8, 9, 10 then?
Oh, yeah.
Grandma used to do
That was a
those
big
things
deal.
And the horse too.
for a dime.
George and I had to go down and get those.
I quit down West West.
Down in East West.
Calf horses, mules.
North Temple, we had to go get those horses.
Gas tables,
Cab horses, mules.
These boys and their chores, they had to get kindling in.
My God, we had to work till we did things.
Oh, gee.
So they
We all
started
were.
arguing about who was gonna do it, and I did it last night and all this stuff. And so while they was arguing, I'd go do it.
Jack would get his ass kicked about 3 times a week because he was supposed to get the coal.
You're supposed to clean the rabbits, and he never did, and I did that.
Seems like to me, we got the end of this, and we had to do it all
Oh,
by
yeah.
ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were
You were on
confident.
I remember wanting to learn how to milk the cow.
Oh,
I
I
remember
did
who
that
ended
once.
up milking them both.
I remember who milked them for a long, long time with no help.
He never would.
I know he
No,
He
did.
didn't do much milking.
The
I
churches
did.
have got tits about like that. My hands are too big.
I had tender
to know how
hands.
to do it.
I don't remember pulling how much milking.
George was still Paul's idol. It was everything Doherty wanted to do, whatever Doherty wanted to do, that's what.
We got him some of the most beautiful women he ever seen when he was about 14 years old, and all he did was laugh at him.
When Doherty got his permanent, Paul had finger waves and curls, both of them.
Do you know
Can
how
you
you got
imagine
your
that
name?
with a permanent?
Do you know how you got your name?
Dooney Dean?
Uh-huh. Well, when you were born, Paul couldn't talk very
Couldn't
well.
talk.
And the only thing he could
Can't do
say
very
was
much
Dooney
better.
Dean. And the nearest thing Mother could think of was Junior Dean, so that's how you got your
Yeah, but
name.
you know what, he was never named until
And
about
I
2
didn't
years
have-
ago.
My birth certificate says male.
Baby. He never had a name.
How you went through the nurse process.
It was always Dooney Dean.
George signed my affidavit that I was born, and I sent it back, and then I could take it any name I wanted. Because I was getting my Social Security, the guy said, "Well, what do you want your name to be?" I said, "I better have it on my Social Security card." So then I had to send it back, but it says male.
That's a good name, though.
God, I'm glad I looked at that, I'll tell you.
My marriage license says I was married in 1904, and I wasn't born until 1940.
Well, you're a fast thinker there.
You were a male.
I was a male, yeah. Until I was about-
Well, you know,
until I
all
was
this
about
happened,
15, I
who
was
was
a
it,
male.
Doc Allen, and what he seen, what he put down there?
He was put everything in there, I'll tell you.
He was a good doctor, though. Donna, you got
The only one, he had to be good.
Yeah, Donna, hurry up, say something was
Oh,
coming over.
Paul got his split open too.
And so did one of the fathers.
Paul fell off the cliff
Oh,
up in the old golf course.
well, she was coming home from school.
Oh, that's when she got hit with a car.
Car. Oh, and I got cut, yeah.
Glad she would have been a
Sign
millionaire
there by
today,
the,
Hit out in the middle of the damn
Whip
field
light.
by a car.
Yeah, but down at home after she got hit.
yeah, the car went up against the sign, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, they went up the field anyway.
Yeah, by Kilburns.
Dad got hit by a
Yeah, I
car.
had a case on Hampton for a
Yeah.
long time.
There was somebody rear-ended him or something. He had a bad back for a long
Oh,
time.
Dad got knocked, but he was welding
Oh.
on like tracks, and
He was, well, what happened, it was winter, it was foggy and icy, and a doctor hit him.
when he was welding on the track.
You know, anyway, it was slick and everything, his doctor just slid out of shape and hit Dad. I remember when he came home that night, he was all banged up. Hell, he never went to a doctor.
No.
He was all banged to hell, and I remember Mother putting him to bed and everything, and he was gonna sue the doctor, and hell, they found out they couldn't do nothing. The guy was a doctor.
Mom
He
put
was
us all
exempt
together.
from the law.
When I fell off the cliff, Mom put me together. Hell,
I don't think
I
Dad
still
ever
got
did a doctor's
his hand.
life.
I still got a slit in my
He had
head.
the rupture, and
It's in your
the
hand.
guy was gonna cure it with shots.
Baby's up at blank
Oh, Grandma
22.
did that.
You wanna see the scar?
Is it still there?
Yes.
He had that, all
Yeah,
33rd
yeah,
South.
I remember that.
Remember that?
But
Yeah.
you don't see, you
You
don't.
went down the
Hey,
hill, the
guys,
cop stepped
we're
up,
getting too many
Jack.
stories, we can't pick it up. You start. What did you say, Lee?
The night that Jack hit the cop with his flexible flyer on 33rd South.
That was that big 3C they bought. It seemed to me they
Well,
bought that for Opal.
Opal and Jack. Remember
Yeah.
that big,
Big slate.
Big old 3C.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mom bought that for, Dad bought that for you. And Jack was headed down the hill, and this cop steps out in front of me, didn't want us to sleigh ride there, restricted. Tell Jack to stop, he hit that car, knocked him 40 feet in the air.
Kept right on.
Now, when I got my teeth knocked out was on a sleigh, but it was down there in Atkin Avenue. Went down that damn hill, hit the mud, and the sleigh left me, and I went on my chin through the mud.
No, nobody's told about the canal yet. We always do.
Oh.
Well, Gene fell in the canal, and the Jensen girl pulled him out.
Carl.
And saved his life.
We were always going on, going on.
I was standing right there that day.
Listen, those kids live.
Let me tell you about Maryland.
George especially.
Gene came down, goddamn canal. I ran down and got Carl. Because I was just about very much bigger than him. And Gene was sitting there and sliding down that goddamn bank, and I ran down and got Carl, and Carl came up and yanked his ass out of there. Why did I do
Didn't
it?
remember.
Why did I do
We
it?
weren't supposed to go near that canal. No, when
You know,
used to follow me down.
we'd come home after going swimming, our face would be completely white, and Mother'd say, "You've been swimming." "Oh, no, I haven't."
Not me.
I think they all learned to swim in the canal, didn't they?
Yeah.
She used
Well,
to
we
follow
used to go,
me.
Gina was going.
Long time after these guys was bigger. She'd follow me down and Mother'd be right where you look. And I'd get my butt paddled all the way home.
With
Mother'd
a
pick up a
switch,
little
both
stick
of
about
us,
that big
yeah.
around, and I
Did you
got it,
swim?
not her.
To swim? No, we just play in the canal and Mother come down with her switch and we get for weeds and all there. Getting more lake switch.
Well, we used to go over there by the clay hole, and go swimming in it, they just dug out there.
Yeah,
Big hole.
remember that.
Doesn't. Then that's a story about Jack. Jack was, they started going down to this, what they call the clay hole, and somebody threw Jack in one day. And Jack, man, he's out there in the middle just a blubbering, flapping his hands and hollering help and everything else. And finally, they went out and grabbed him, and hell, he's only in water about waist deep.
The only time I went down there with you.
No, but
You
I used
recall
to go there about every
The
day.
Bushman girls came, remember that? Everybody's giddy up, and the Bushman girls from down in.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I
They
remember
just,
that.
no, the one that the Bushman girl and the boy were in there, in swimming, and these guys, they were rough. They just went down there and started peeling off their clothes. And boy, that gal, she got out of there in a hell of a hurry.
Helen Bushman.
She got out of there right quick.
Swimming in that canal, and here come a dead dog,
Going
dead cat, or something.
Getting back to the horse and the cows, it was George's job to take care of the cow, and my job to take care of the horse.
He fed his fence post eggs.
He was out in
And sweaters.
lights one day, and he was under that chain, and all of a sudden it was wore down about like that concrete over there. There wasn't a bit over there. And Dad come home, and no water for that horse, no hay, no nothing, no feed for it. Dad just looked at me and he said, what you been doing today, son?" I said, "I've been doing such a thing." Dad kicked me in the ass,
Which was normal.
and I didn't even touch that fence that was a 4-foot fence. Over that fence. And I never did neglect that horse after that. Because I knew my ass was in for it.
Do you kids remember when Mr. Bird put the fence around the?
Yeah, I cut the hole in it.
No, he put a barbed wire fence all around his place.
Oh, no.
And it was about as far as from here to Donna, from our back door. And,
Was that barbed wire, don't it?
I don't
Yes,
know,
it was
one
wire.
of the kids got hurt on it or what, but Mother complained to the city. And so they told me you have to take the barbed wire fence down. He went out and he cut off every one of the boards with a snip,
Yeah, we
all the
did.
way down.
I remember that, the fence that was under the barbed wire.
Yeah.
I cut a hole in that so I could get through it.
Yeah.
Remember the pliers that Grandma had? It was hammer with the cutters. And I borrowed them one
well, then we'll climb under it. And he says, then I won't build it.
No, he said, I'll tear it down.
He never did keep us out.
No, he usually chased it out often
We
enough.
played football over that pasture as long as he was there.
That's a high stepping football game too, let me tell you, boy, you had to miss them. Little pasture with about 20 cows in there.
You should start running for a touchdown and dodge cows.
Cows in there, what else? And what the cows we were worried about, they'd run, but their dogs wouldn't.
Tell about the backstory of Mercer that you drank.
Oh, well, we had a pail of water, Mother kept with us. It was a big pail, and it had the dippers in it, and that was our drinking water. And so when we wanted water, we'd take the dipper and pour it in a glass and drink the water. So I go over there to get a drink one day, and there's a nice glass of water sitting there, and I think, well, I'll drink it. So I drank it, and it was bipolar liquid.
Tell me what that is, Mom.
Mother,
Tell me what that is. What is that?
it's a poison.
It's an anesthetic.
Anesthetic.
Is what it is.
And you
Yes,
use it.
what is
Mother was,
Yeah.
somebody had the store
Feels
light,
like
Mother
it's
had been
hot.
washing the car.
Probably when I done that, she kept them packs on that thing to draw the wadding out.
It's deadly poison. But she called the doctor, and he told her to beat up egg whites and pour them down. So that's what she did. And I guess I threw up everything. But anyway, they weren't sure whether they got it all, but they just had to wait and see. So Grandma was going to Sugar House with Jane and the buggy. The only time I ever got to ride in the buggy. But she thought that it would be good for me to get out in the fresh air. So she took me to Sugar House in this horse and buggy, and I was so thrilled. I can remember that so real.
Yeah, we run over normal with that, but we're pushing it.
This is a more modern story. 3 years ago, I was out working in the yard and I had a bucket of Miracle Grow and I was dipping it with a beer can, pouring it on my plants. I don't know, when I got a beer, I sat down and I picked up that wrong one and I took a big slug.
Oh.
And I'll tell you how about gagged, and they didn't grow no bigger.
I wonder why your beard was so rich.
It really fluffed out the beard, oh,
It didn't turn it green.
no.
Oh.
I took a slug of lacquer thinner that way one night, sitting in the middle of the floor, drinking a Coke, and I reached over and got the wrong Coke bottle and lacquer thinner. But I didn't swallow it. I
Remember
sure
the night-
got rid of it there.
Remember the old night that old Jack Ackerman and Gallagher come down and they've been drinking gasoline and
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
milk,
yeah.
gasoline and milk.
Yeah,
And
Jesus.
Mom had
Yeah.
milk.
Oh.
I thought he threw up his liver.
Then when he picked up the stove lid with his fingers.
Oh, he was so sick.
He fought Mother, didn't he?
So sick.
Jack Ackerman fought Mother, something about that night.
Jack Ackerman was the guy that claimed he went in the
It just went out of
military,
his head.
the military, and they tried to stretch him. They put him on a machine, tried to stretch him because he wasn't tall enough.
You know, his son is in the police in Idaho Falls.
Oh, really?
Richard.
His son must be our
Small
age.
like Jack was?
Huh?
Is he small like Jack was?
He's a little bit older, younger, bigger than.
He's a little bigger.
Jack was
But
small,
not-
but he was
he's
that
all
wide.
Yeah.
Well, Richard isn't, but he belongs to police.
Oh, damn. Oh, Jack Ackerman.
I don't know how about
Jack
Jack.
Ackerman was
What happened,
Fraser?
Fraser? Was it Fraser? What was his name?
Who?
Crazy.
His son?
No, we knew him too, with that bunch of Gallagher and.
All I knew was Gallagher and Jack.
That's what it was. I
The only
can't
two
remember.
I
Who are
could-
you talking about?
That was real small end.
It was in that bunch with Ackerman and
Belongs to
Gallagher.
that same outfit, yeah. I was only what, about 16 then?
Old Roland Gallagher was the biggest liar.
Maybe you
in
weren't
God's
born.
green earth.
He was a real cowboy though. He was a
Do you remember
cowboy.
Jack Ackerman?
I
No,
don't think so,
see?
'cause I can
No,
barely
because I was only about 15, 16 years old.
I could
You'd
barely
only been
remember.
working for 4 or 5 years then.
Huh?
You'd only been working
Well,
for 4
I
or 5
went to
years.
Western Union when I was 15. I was working in there.
I know.
Old Gallagher, he'd tell so many lies he couldn't remember what it was. The mom asked him one night, she said, Gallagher, what you gonna do when the devil comes for liars? He said, I guess I'll go with him.
I remember Dad's favorite girlfriend, it was your
somebody threw her up in the air, and Dad said, "My God, I thought it was an old cow." Mother was so mad. She was my age. I went to school with her. She was in my class.
That wasn't Maxine Bachelor.
That's right.
Maxine
They were
Bachelor.
having a party one night. Her name was Bachelor, that's right.
Maxine Bachelor.
Well,
Well, see,
you
her
get so
sister
mad.
worked in the Western Union too. She was in Kern's building, I think.
And I can remember Dad coming home from work, and George would be getting all
When,
worried up.
When Joe worked for Detweiler up in Idaho Falls, is that where Joe started to go into the plumbing business in Idaho Falls?
Oh, no. He was, he worked with Bert, his uncle, for years before he went on the mail.
Did Bert work for Detweiler?
Bert is Joe's uncle. And he is the one told Joe how plumbing and everything else, you know. And then Joe went to selling, you know. And
Well, Joe worked for Gray Barn, didn't he? Was it Gray Barn?
no,
Or Standard?
no. He had Standard in Elko.
Nelson.
Standard Supply when we
Well,
had
that was
that.
Joe's name, was Standard Plumbing, wasn't it?
That's plumbing in Elko.
Well, what did he have to do with Detweiler?
Well, he worked for Detweiler. He was plumbing,
In Idaho Falls?
yeah. Detweiler, yeah.
Because
And then he went there, well, he's working for the, he worked for the, Detweiler, had a thing in the, not Arco, in the middle, where they had all those, making those, different things in there. Well, they still got it in Arco, even there now. And
Elko?
Detweiler
Elko or
was
Arco?
constructing. He was, no, it's between Arco and Idaho Falls. It's about halfway.
Yeah.
And Detweiler was in there, had a construction deal. And Joe was a plumber. See, Joe started in, when he was 1940, he went to the plumbers. I mean, he was a plumber, but the local belonged to that.
Well, why I'm asking, Kim's got a client. Forley's. And his dad worked for Detweiler in Twin Falls for 100
Oh,
years.
yeah, Detweiler had
And I was asking
a
about it, so
business in there,
I
yeah.
want to know what the connection is.
They didn't know Joe, but Detweiler
But they might
had
know
had
Timbers.
the,
Well, where did Timbers, did he work for Detweiler?
well,
They were
the
partners.
Alco.
Joe and Tim
Well,
was Elko.
that was an Alco.
They went
Well,
partners.
he,
Timber took off of there.
see, Joe worked in the Brigham Hospital. Is
Yeah,
where
which now?
Timmer? I don't know, but he knew Timmer, do all this stuff. And then they bought building, a business from, when we went to Elko. Then they were gonna have the whole thing, they had a business there, you know. And Timmer and Joe were
When it
partners.
was Standard Plumbing.
Yeah, Standard Plumbing.
Well, I'll have to ask this guy.
Where does can remember it very well, because we stayed up at Grandma's old house that night. And we come down the next morning, and she was born in the little back room where, I don't know how many was born there, I guess you were all born.
You were.
But Donna was born in there. There's a big room.
In the old house?
Yeah. Or, because I stayed up
That
there.
wasn't 1470,
Grandma's old house.
it was 1972, that was a big house. The other house.
That was our house.
That was the old homestead. where
Yeah,
Donna
not
was born.
Grandma's house.
No, but I stayed up at Grandma's house.
Oh,
Remember Grandma's house had the little apartment on the side?
yeah.
Aunt Rose lived
yeah,
there for a long time. I stayed up at Aunt Rose's that night.
Did you know that George was born there?
In the old, in Grandma's old house.
Grandma's old
And
house.
so was Paul.
And then Donna and I was
So
born
was
in
Merrill.
And the other house,
the old
yeah.
homestead.
I remember when Marilyn went up.
On Highland Drive.
Yeah, yeah,
That's right.
both of them were born in there.
Marilyn.
We had two, all we had was 2 rooms. And I remember 18, when he was born, everybody was sick. Everybody was sick but Verona and I. Everybody had the flu and it was terrible.
Now, was it Gene or Donna that was born when Frank and Stringham and Dad came home smashed? Who was it, Donna or Gene?
I think it was Gene, they called me name right now.
Straight line, he peed his pants,
That was when Gene was.
chasing him all, and
That was
Dad
Gene,
chased
yeah, that
right
was
down
Gene.
through the plowed field, and
Yeah, mother was.
Chewing
Joe
what?
was drunk, oh God, he was drunk.
that was when Donna was born.
Dad.
I don't remember nobody being
Dad
drunk when
knew
Donna was
Frank
born.
Stringham.
No, it was you, when you were born.
Yeah.
That's I think when Gene was born.
But what happened when Donna was born? You
I
was
don't-
up in Grandma's house?
I stayed up to, I think we all stayed up there that night, all the boys
I
stayed
can't
up there.
remember when Donna was born.
And then we went down the next morning, and we stood there and looked up at the window. Well, you know, hell, those windows were 14 feet high. We were kids that high. And I can remember there was your little pictures in there. I can remember
They
it
told me
was like
they
the
put me to bed with Jack. They said they was born.
Well, we only
I
had
can't
2
remember
beds,
that.
we had 4 kids for every base.
We had the
Like
back
cordwood.
porch, which was what Mother's room. And then we had the 1 bedroom where the other 5 kids slept. And then we had a leather Davenport in the front room.
Davenport, yeah, don't ever forget the Davenport.
But in the summertime, we all slept outside, any place we could find.
Oh,
a place.
yeah. It rained, everybody come over the banister.
Oh, I bet
We didn't have the
Rains
banisters
my
until
life.
later years.
Lightning,
It was all
and
open
you
there.
remember that?
Well, somebody took it down.
Oh,
Yeah, but I
wonder
remember
what-
when
do
they
you
built the
remember
banners.
that? How many storms we
They
had?
also took over the
Lightning
post
and
down.
thunder and canvas for windows.
Yeah,
For
no,
windows.
no windows,
That's when we first moved
no
down
lights,
there. Oh, we had
candles.
Oh, do you guys remember the night that Dad came home? Her and Mother got into it. And Mother had beaten Dad on the head with a dishpan. Broke the damn light out of had the light that hung down from the ceiling on a cord. And she's up beating him on the head, and she breaks the light out. Well, him and her fight didn't bother me, but then they broke the light. Oh,
That really got it.
that done it, boy. That really upset me.
And then Mother go in the back and cry.
Well, what happened the night that we were all there? I was in the kitchen, and I heard Mother screaming, and Dad was in there with her. And pretty soon, you come out, and I said, what happened? And he says, oh, Mother just went out of her head, and I had to settle her
Oh,
down.
yeah, I can remember. I'm getting hysterical.
Yeah, she'd go in the yard, go back in the yard and scream and
Getting hysterical. I remember Mom 2 or 3 times doing that.
all the time.
the damn bear come in.
Got
Yeah,
to break in the
coming
outside.
back, yeah.
Oh,
The
yeah,
bear come in the damn tent.
We slept about 7 of us across the tent.
Well, us boys were in the
Couple of
car.
blankets.
Yeah.
And, I heard somebody up, but I didn't pay attention. I was sound asleep. And pretty soon Mother says, Maxine, wake up, there's a bear. I looked up and said, what color is it?
Dad had a
Dad
little-
had a shoe. Somebody's shoe. Dad had a shoe.
We had a flashlight.
And they had a cup of water.
A cup of water.
And
Jeez,
it was
the
a
bear.
place like that, and the cup this way, and boy,
Fighting
that
the
the
bear.
bear went that way.
Hey, John. Dad fighting the bear with a cup of water and a flashlight and a shoe. No, the boys were in the car. Can't you remember? We were in the backseat of the car. And the tent went down from the side of the car, went down to the ground. And you and Dad, and Mother, and I guess, I don't know, I think us 4 boys were in the, Donna wasn't born. That was when we were in Ashton.
I don't think.
Gene was a year
Gene
old.
was a year old.
You
Gene
used
was
to go down to the,
Gene was a year old. He used to run away and
I was
smoke
Gene's mother
cigars.
till he was 2 years old. He didn't know Mom.
Mother had to park her pants by the
He
bed
doesn't
to get
remember
put in
that.
there.
He wouldn't go to Mother. He'd come to me all the time.
oh, remember how we got on that one horse? How many of us? About 4 of us?
Oh, that I can't
I was
remember.
up in Ashton.
That was,
Yeah,
that was you girls.
Yeah.
Benita?
Carlson girls.
What was her
and,
name?
uh,
No, the ones that live next door to us.
Benita?
Yeah,
One
Bonita,
of
but I can't think of that. Fun?
Oh,
Fun?
Juan.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, Harold's Juan.
Yeah. They had this old swayback horse. And so about 4 of us got on this horse, and the horse went under both of our knees. He went off like a banana. I can
that was all the girls.
Then one time we got in the horses and went, got onions and
Oh,
potatoes.
yeah, we had potato and onion sandwiches out of the farmer's garden
We got,
on the way.
yeah, and one time we hit there, Sam, trouble trying to get the horse out of there.
I remember that. That was fun. That's the only time I had any fun with horses though. We had these 2 guys, I was 11, she was 13, these kids were 15 and 17, they had horses. They'd come and take us horseback riding. We had a ball up there in Ashland. My mother, she was having her problems, but Gene going over to the bar.
And old Lenny run the barber shop, and he'd take pennies and put tinfoil on them, get George and I take him down to Kashmir for dimes down the boat, down the beer joint.
No, but he'd
They
go over
toss
to
their
the
ass
bar, and those guys in the bar would pick him up, sit him up on the bench, and start,
Pay him to swear.
yeah, pay him to swear and smoke cigarettes, and I don't know what else they taught him, but he'd come home sicker than a dog.
Oh, he
Mother
had
had a lot of
convulsions.
trouble with him.
Yeah, he had convulsions at one time. I'll never forget
Oh,
going to the
yeah.
doctor. Mother has to tell this story because she used to tell it real good.
Yeah.
I went to the doctor, and the doctor wouldn't talk to me. He wouldn't let me in. I finally kicked the door, and he finally got him over there. He was in convulsions when he got there. Yeah, I wasn't very big, and I climbed the top of that damn bell tower.
We were only there about 4 months.
Seemed
Is that
like,
all long as Nathan?
Well, remember
Just one
going
summer.
home, you know, we had the
God,
Mitchell,
seemed like we
wasn't
lived
it?
here 3 years.
And we got in Blackfoot or someplace.
that's when the axle broke. That's what
Yeah,
Paul was talking about. That's when
And Dad had to go to Blackfoot to get a new axle.
And then we had to wait 2 days for the train to bring the new
And
axle.
it rained.
Yeah, but remember, we went down to the farm and bought milk and bread from the farm down there.
Farmers sold us some eggs and bread.
Hell, with no store around it. Well, there was no store nowhere. Blackfoot was, I don't know how far. Dad hitchhiked into Blackfoot.
Well, you could see Blackfoot, it'd probably be 2 miles. The road, I can remember looking down the goddamn road, it's about
And
a
then
couple
I
miles.
had to wait for the train for 2 days for the train to bring the car and the axle.
But we parked right alongside the railroad track.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but we was down that farmer's road. It was a nice camp spot. Nowadays, it would have been a
Didn't
big
bother us.
fence.
We had a lot of fun, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
We had more than
Remember
fun.
we ate at the
We
sugar
were-
beet?
We didn't have anything to do with that.
There was a sugar beet farm right there. We'd go for kids a sugar beet.
Another thing we used to do, Mother get us all 7 kids. Well, I don't think these do, 5 of us. All
You know, we
dressed
were
up on
raised-
Sundays to
Oh,
go
yes.
someplace, to go for a drive someplace, or take us up to Canyon or something like that. climbed the
We
tree.
came back, no, we had come back because we had trouble with the car.
Oh,
And we couldn't go where we were going, we were gonna swim. And we had to get our car, and Dad had to get the car and get it ready back, you know. And then old Frank was in there, he wanted me to go up the tree. I went up the tree, and I went down too. She fell out of the tree.
I don't know who
Or
this
till
is.
I was on the
I'll tell you a
front
story. We went to the lagoon one time, and Dad and Mother, all of us in the swimming pool. And who was it, Maxine? And you probably know which one. What, was it me? Well, anyway, I only heard the story. I don't really remember. In the swimming pool, crying my eyes out.
well,
Mother,
Dad kept urging me to jump in, jump in, jump in. Come on, George, don't be afraid, jump in.
well,
Finally
anyway.
you did.
And I was crying away, and anyway, and Mother finally said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Peed my pants."
That's what you did, you made me feel.
Can anybody remember going to Liberty Park on a streetcar and carrying our boxes of lunch?
Oh, yeah.
Boy,
We
they
did
hired
that
a
quite
24.
often.
Oh, man,
That
I
was our
remember
4th
them.
of July. We would go to Liberty Park and got an ice cream cone and rode on the merry-go-round. That was
Carried our boxes
Disneyland.
with our lunch and everything on them.
In those days, that was Disneyland.
Only got to see the animals.
I guess now to get Liberty Park, you
No,
gotta
at
carry
first they didn't have the animals.
Cut the middle road off. You can only go.
Oh,
They had some
yeah.
dice.
She put a dime in on the elephant on Princess Alice.
Yes.
They went to zoo. Oh, that's right, we did have animals.
Yeah, we had
Yeah.
animals.
We had the ducks, we had a lot of ducks.
Yeah, I remember now.
That's when they did have the animals,
They
really.
had the boats there too.
Well, they got
And the old lake's gone now.
Yeah, they had a little boat there.
They went to the lake, you can't go through the park, and you can only go, what is it, halfway around one side,
Yeah.
down on 50.
Well, you have to go out and then come back in.
But you can't go around though, can't
Top
make
in.
it.
Yeah, but you can go out and come back in and go around the other side.
You can't make the
No, you can't.
east side?
You can't go around.
Well, you can by going out and coming back in, can't you?
You can't go through the middle of the
No.
park.
Oh, no, that's been closed off for years.
The lake's all changed, the big bridge is gone.
They got big hills. That's a nice park now. They got big hills.
I guess at night.
It
you
was
can't go
then.
on Bill Johnson, you can look
They
down.
had a lot of fun.
Oh, we went to your favorite bar, the one you got locked in,
Oh, yeah?
down at
What was that?
Trolley
Oh.
Square.
Yeah.
Barn.
You can't even find it now, there's one downstairs, there's one upstairs, there's one over here, there's one over here, there's about 17 of them now. You couldn't get locked in if you wanted to.
Well, we did.
We sure did.
Yeah.
We don't do it right.
I got a story about Jack, okay? When I was just a little girl, Dad and Jack would always be in trouble, and all of a sudden Jack would be out of the house. So he would come around Deer's Avenue, and I'd be out there playing, Donna, come here, come here. So I'd go get in the car with him, and all we would go was the beer jar. I would have dance, and he'd get the beer.
Get the money.
You remember?
I remember that.
I got happy, but he got all the beer he wanted, and my dad all day.
And you got your pop.
Do you remember when we'd swim off, sneak off, go up to the Shear House swimming pool? Dad would come out and he'd drive down and he'd go in the store down there on 27th South. He'd buy him a cigar and he'd stand there and he'd wait for us, you know. And here we come walking with our bathing suits, and we'd get just about, we'd think, oh boy, he didn't see us. Dad would step out and say, "George, wow." We thought we had it made, boy. We was
But
gonna
do
get
you remember when we wanted to go to a show?
Oh,
Get a dime from Dad?
Yeah.
Oh,
You go to Mother and say, Mother, can I have a dime to go to the show? Go ask your dad.
yeah.
So Dad would be out in the garage, and he had a big pit
And you
in
have
the
to wait.
garage.
Had a wallet that
Down
long,
in there
purse
with his
that
greasy
long.
hands up in the car, fixing the car.
And you had to wait for just a
And-
Dad would tell you the story first.
And you'd have to wait till he got around to finishing what he was doing, get up, get out of the pit, go over and get some gasoline and wash his hands, get in his purse and pull out your purse and give you the dime. By the time you got to the show, it was half over.
But before that, you had to wait for right the initial moment to catch him at his looser moment. You couldn't get him anywhere.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
wait till he loosened up, and then you hit him.
You asked him at the wrong
I
time.
never could understand why you always have to go to that. I mean, it was the same way with us.
Yeah.
You always had to go
Always had to go to that.
Yeah.
The
Mother
took care of
handled
the
it,
money.
right?
I know, I never.
His mother
that curse of his was that long, it'd take you 5 minutes to get to the bottom.
Yeah.
But then if George and I wanted something, we'd never go to Dad. Always go to Mom. But then she
She'd
sent
always
us to
say,
Dad.
go to that.
But I can never remember Dad turning me down either.
Did you know when Dad was having his party in the daytime or something, he'd always send Paul and I up to Coon Chicken Inn with a jug, with a
35 cents
gallon
worth of
jug, get 35 cents worth of beer and a couple of cigars for him.
Yeah.
Now we couldn't even know what, 6, 7, 8.
We did that when we were kids.
We'd go over there and buy beer up at Coon Chicken Inn, they'd open the tap. 35 cents of beer in each jug.
Never did have a no.
Well, I can remember going down 33rd South and sitting at the bar with Dad in that corner beer joint. I can remember the bootleggers down there, and I thought it was so neat to go down there with Dad because they'd all kneel there on one knee, and then they'd talk, you know. Dad would pay them.
In a bar?
Paid them. No, right there on the corner, 33rd South and Highland Drive. Then we went over to the church one night. It was Wilson Ford, and they still had the wooden steps. Dad reached up under the steps, got his bottle, and we went home.
I remember that. I remember
I think
that.
that's
Yeah,
about
he
the
used
only
to-
time Dad went to church, wasn't it?
I think
He used to buy booze from,
Yeah.
I don't know where he got it.
He bought his Glenn Fag.
That's where he got it.
Down there on that corner.
He was a preacher's son.
I
know he used to get it.
Christensen was a bootlegger too.
Glenn Fag was a bootlegger, and he was,
And his dad was a bishop.
his dad was a bishop.
And he married Maxine.
Yeah.
Down there, the old
Fag.
that married.
Oh, yeah. I remember when,
Oh, Glenn
was
Fag
it your wedding that,
They killed the
or
cat.
Uncle's wedding that
Huh?
got so damn mad at John Turner?
Bishop.
It was you, because you were playing piano and John
Yeah.
Turner made something.
He's the one, well, the bishop, he
something.
cut the 50-cent pot roast, he said, this is 53 cents. Mother only gave me 50. Well, okay.
He'd always reach in and get a handful of raw hamburger and eat it while you were standing there.
Cut a pickle and give you a hunk of pickle or something while he went and drug out a whole.
Oh, God, I gotta tell you a story this is way back. You wouldn't remember, none of you. You must. I was over at Grandma's store. You remember Grandma's store?
Oh, yeah. Other people.
And I'm about like these little ones. Yeah, and they had the pickle barrel. They also had the vinegar barrel. And I knocked the damn spigot out of the vinegar barrel. God, that vinegar going everywhere. And if they didn't run me out of there in a hurry, and old Frank, he was young then, and he used to say, now what the hell do you want? And I'd say, nothing. So he'd grab a hunk of paper, rip it off, and wrap it all up, put a piece of string on. I'd get out of here.
Betty and I was talking the other day about the old vinegar barrels and the old
Yeah.
dill pickles.
Pickles.
But that, I don't know what to do with
Can't buy
pickles now, but they
pickles
taste like shit.
Yeah.
In those days,
Ah.
those are the old 55 gallon or 55 or 20 gallon drums of pickles that you get them. Those were so delicious.
Well, you didn't
They
have
were
a
pickles,
pickle.
they were that big around and that
But
long.
today they taste like shit.
Yeah.
They're so full of salt or something. I don't know. I don't even like it.
Preservatives.
Those were.
You don't remember much about the old store. These guys wouldn't remember the old store.
I got a
You
picture,
sure
I,
would.
in there, I've got a picture of that.
Yeah. I remember that old store. I remember when they, I don't know, it was the old store, the building out behind when they moved it. And they'd left some cheese, some tomato cheese or some damn thing in that thing. And then they moved it. And oh man, what a stink. That was the worst thing I ever smelled in my whole life.
Grandma's old store?
Well, I don't really remember whether it was the old store or a building back there. Something. I remember the
We've
front
got
of it
a
opened up.
picture of it, right there.
Well, that garage was moved down to our place.
Well, the garage, Dad's garage was Grandma's house.
Yeah.
The old,
Now this was that other building. I don't know.
the shed, now I can remember the old shed, that was a pump house.
Yeah.
And I can remember Dad cut the rollers out of the old apple stump.
Yeah.
On the
Turn one
blade.
way.
And then they got the thing jacked up. I don't know what they towed it with, or whether they towed it, but they had planks on those rollers, and they'd move it a little bit, then they'd take the rollers out in the back and run them around the front, and they'd move it. Took them all day long to push that damn thing. I don't remember if they had the truck on it or not.
It wasn't Grandma's house across the street on Hudson. Wasn't that the old house that was up on?
No, that was Dad's old garage.
That was Grandpa Dagenhart's house, wasn't it?
It was Dad's old garage. No, Aunt Belle's house was Grandma Dagenhart's.
No.
But,
What happened to the old house?
No, Aunt Belle's house, Charlie built that from
Yeah.
scratch.
no,
Well, that was
Aunt
the
Belle.
house
No,
that
Aunt
Grandma
Rose's house.
had.
Aunt Rose's house was the house that used to be out in Sandy.
Sandy, that's right.
Well, that was
Grandma's house was Dad's old garage. They moved it down and made that house up there.
We went out to Sandy, the only time I remember seeing that
Where was
place.
that?
We went
brought it in.
check
And
around.
right after that, they moved the
Check
house.
around the
and
bill
put a
that,
little
or
brick
They
road.
tore it down.
Grandma's house, when Dad's old.
Young Frank, they broke his arm cranking it for.
No, Grandpa taking ours.
Grandpa taking her.
Frank did too.
Grandma's farm
Frank
is
and
another
Ford.
freeway.
This was Jack's car, Jack, Jack had. It was a pickup truck and Jack was
Okay.
through.
And the brickyard is a,
That was the car we're talking
mall.
Without Sam.
That is the one.
Is there a mall in there?
Young Frank.
That was later.
Practice call the brickyard.
That was later.
Now,
When we went out, when Gene was talking about it, we went out to Sandy, they had just found Grandpa. They were bringing him in.
Well, I remember
so-
that, yeah, when he did it.
And they had broke his arm, so he was,
Cranking the Ford. Dad fixed the Ford. But it was hooked the
Brought
sheep
it in.
shearing rig up.
brought him and the Ford and everything back in the salt.
But I'm not sure on that was just suicide or not, but I think.
Oh,
Oh, Grandma Day,
Ray
Grandpa
and
Day.
Myra?
They're still not, last I heard, they weren't sure if that was suicide or
or
something.
killed him, somebody.
I think.
But he was so depressive though, and Verona gave him a lot.
Cause I stayed a couple of weeks with Grandpa Day when we were out there, I went out and stayed with him.
Oh, did you?
When he had the turkeys, remember when you run the turkeys
Yeah,
out there?
we had
I was out there.
I didn't know that.
He had turkeys. I didn't know he was out there.
Yeah, I went out there. stayed
Was
with
he
him.
happy?
Yeah, he was the happiest thing.
I don't think somebody.
That's why I didn't leave him.
So when he broke his arm, then Dad went out to bring him, and they moved in,
It
so.
was just before that, they found him dead.
It was down in Bountiful. It was in Bountiful, wasn't it?
No, that was Charlie Larson.
Not the
that
same.
was Bountiful.
Oh,
I thought Charlie Larson was sitting up on a hill when he had
I
blown
thought
up.
it was home.
Charlie Larson was right there on
He's
19th
in the,
and
yeah,
Danville
he's
Avenue.
in the, oh.
I took Grandma down there that night when they called. I took Grandma down there, and the cops were all over the place, and cause they run me out. I took Grandma out there, and then they run me out. Cause I lived across the street.
Did Charlie have cataracts, why he was going blind?
No, he had,
Yeah, I could see.
he couldn't pass his exam.
Yeah.
His dad went blind and his mother took him around by the arm for years. And he swore he'd never get let himself either.
And he killed himself.
Failed his exam, and he knew he was all.
Charlie had classes like that all the time. I've known him.
Then Louise went,
He had cancer.
Louise, yeah, but she had to go.
Now Donna was there, this was their prime. I have to say that about Louise and Charlie. Donna could just be standing there just so innocent, and they'd stop that car and pick her up every time. I could have been down on my hands and knees saying prayer, and they wouldn't give me the time of day. I'd have been in the middle of the road, they'd have run over.
I was
It's
out
not
there
her,
the same way
boy.
with,
Louise had a
I was a son
girlfriend.
of Charlie.
That's
Oh,
what she
yeah.
went
I
with
remember
him.
you riding
With
his
her a
motorcycle
lot
out
of
there,
years.
out in the damn
In
field out
fact,
there.
when she died, I think I went to that one.
I just got my trial car with him.
I don't know one thing about it.
Is Verona still alive?
I don't know. I went to, Margaret's
But
funeral.
Louise is,
Verona was there, she was pretty good, she's still growing, but see, that was quite a while ago.
She must be up in her 90s.
She looked really
Who's
good.
that?
Verona,
Verona.
she come over and was so friendly to me, and
I wouldn't even know. if I
Well,
saw
Frank,
her after that.
Frank was the same as Joe, and he'd be 82, and there,
I don't even know
Frank
now.
Frank was 82, and there was two within 2 years, so he must have about 88 or 89.
Has anybody heard anything about Frank?
Last time we heard that Alice was in the,
She was in insane asylum.
yeah,
Alice was?
yeah,
But look how old they are, Paul. Jesus, they're 10 years older than us.
82.
Maybe more than that.
Well, Frank was 82.
I think the last time I
And
saw Frank
Alice was about 80.
was in Camp Stoneman, remember?
Yeah, we were over to your place, yeah. We went over.
This was a funny night. Everything we'd go, we went down to Oakland to see Frank. But every time we come to a corner, Dad would say, "Where's the sign? Where's the sign?" George was driving. He was coming home, it was about 10 o'clock at night. No, I told George, turn on that road there. George turned. I said, "Where's the sign?" George backed up, he'd go right up the goddamn bank.
Put the headlights right on that sign that was as big as
Dad
that
said-
wall. I said, everybody read the sign.
Dad was mad. He wouldn't talk all the way. Oh, he was mad.
Gee, when were you was San Francisco?
That's Stoneman, that's what he's talking about. That's
No,
what year
that was in, yeah. Well, I was there twice.
You were young. You were
house, and we went to right after the dirigible had cracked, we was in the hangar out there.
Because I got that
When we
picture.
come back, we
of
stopped
you
at the dam,
and-
and that's when Don and I set up on the dam and Mother for about 5
I got
hours.
it with me.
The tower, the dam wasn't completed, we set up there on top. Dad, I don't know how he got down to the bottom, but that's when he got his job at the dam.
And you were about, what, about 5?
Thirsty. We went back to Vegas, and pulled in, I think it was the Overland then.
Maybe about 11.
You guys
Never-
got ready for a break?
Way, boardwalk.
Makeup?
When you pull the trigger, the arrow go off. When there's a V in there, it's,
Pause.
How am I photographing?
it's positive.
1, 2.
Okay, how I want to get started on this section, I think I'm going to start with Nancy first. I want you to state how you met Uncle Joe, when you met him, a little bit about your courtship and your children, a little bit about your license, pass it on down to Aunt Maxine.
I can't talk very good, you know that.
That's all right, you're doing wonderful talk.
Hey, Kimmy, tell them to get
Was
with it.
And talk up so it's so.
How many of my wives do you want me to talk about?
Which one?
Hey, Kimmy, which one of my wives did I tell you
And
about?
Uncle Gene gets to talk about all of his wives.
I went to a party, yeah, all night long. I worked at Western Union.
Cameras aren't on
12
yet.
o'clock, and at 12 o'clock we went to a party. That's where I saw Joe.
Cameras aren't on yet, mine is
It's
on.
a blind date.
Is it on?
It's all on.
Oh, you got it on? What kind of party was it? Did you know what kind of party it was?
Blind date?
It's like Western Union. All you did was drinking, talking,
Drink
dance a little bit,
and drink some more.
and drink some more all night long. I worked for Western Union until 4 to 12 for a year.
Everyone's drinking problems. I can see Al Nelson drinking, those guys drinking, but I don't see Western Union.
Boys, I know the Western Union bunch too.
Mr. Prince was too fat to drink. He drank coffee.
Who?
Mr. Prince. He worked at Western
Prince.
Union.
Yeah, he worked in Western Union.
He didn't wear roller skates, though.
Travis Prince was that? I started one day, and I'm not very good about skating, I'll tell you. And then, when we got married, where? Cold, just got married. Where? Coalville, Utah. In the,
Colville, you?
church, Coa,
That's next to Bill.
And then we went to Idaho Falls,
That's why they got cold.
and Lamb was born in Idaho Falls. Joe was in Pawnee with Bert. He worked for Bert for a long time, you know. And then Joe went to Brigham City, and he worked in there for the office, for the hospital. And, yeah, and he worked there. And then we went to Salt Lake, and there was Trimmer got in a mess there. That was that wider deal. They had the construction, had the job, and Trimmer and Joe went together, and the things had to be, the jobs had to be finished, you know. And there's quite a lot of money in there, and that's where we got Alco, was through that.
So they subcontract off
Yes,
that one.
yes. And then they sold the place to Joe and
That one or something.
Trimmer. And then they went from there to Elko. And that's where Standard Supply was. And we lost our butt there.
I lost my butt.
And we had to dissolve the everything. And then Trimmer went to McGill. me and Kimmer in Elko. It was terrible. But anyway, then Kimmer, we went to McGill and got a job, or a place in another plumber deal, you know. And they didn't give them anything for the internal, for a long time, you know, no money. They owed so much, about $5,000. And we were in Idaho Falls, but we had dissolved the partnership, thank God for that. Then we left Elko, and we went to Oregon with Mom and Dad. And then we left there and went back to Arco, and we're going to see Bert, and then we're going back to Idaho Falls. And then Bert said, why don't you go down to Salmon and see what's going in there, because things are going in there. So Joe, we went to Salmon. So he's working for Haberman in Salmon.
You were subbing off of heaven.
Well, Joe was working in there for Haberman. He wasn't working for Haberman, but he was in there, and he's business there. Then he started on the Joe deal, plumbing, you know, through Haberman. And then we left there and came back to Idaho Falls. Oh, in the meantime, I forgot I had a boy. It's all right.
You remember that?
Now, see, I gotta have the kids in there somewhere.
Yeah. Well, listen, I left.
Boy, what happened?
Went to Idaho Falls, I went back to Western Union for 3 months for vacation. And then we went back to Brigham, Bushville deal. Then we went to Salt Lake, and that's where Craig was born.
Where did Lanny come in there?
She was a sporting, and I...
You forgot her.
No, that was the first one. I said we went to Idaho Falls and had Leanne.
Oh, okay. And then you owed them doctor bills, so you moved to Salt Lake, right?
We didn't know anybody.
Oh, you didn't have to.
I still don't know anybody. I haven't got any money, but by God, I don't owe anybody.
You're not worth a dime.
Oh.
You're only worth what you owe.
Listen, I'm going to be, though. Oh, yeah, I got my house.
Oh.
I'm still paying.
You're only worth what you
payments on
owe.
that. And then, when we went to Salmon, I got pregnant between Elko to Salmon.
Jesus, who was driving? Who was driving?
I had a lot of fun there.
I'd like to see that.
Somewhere between Elko and Salmon.
That sounds like me and Betty trying to do something.
Then Joe was born in 47 in Salmon.
See, what
And then we went back to Idaho Falls. Then we left from Idaho Falls to Auburn, Washington, and we were there for 10 years. And then we came to Middleton again, and here I am. I lost my That's all I can say. Yeah, that's you. I didn't know.
Sure you want to hear this?
You've been around. You've all been.
Okay. Well, I was working at the Chicken Inn, which was a restaurant at that time.
Speak up a little bit.
And I had a girlfriend, had a date, and he had a friend that he needed a date for, so I went on a blind date. And we went out, right, I can't remember where we went. It must not have been very impressive, because he didn't impress me very much. I really didn't care too much for him.
This is spring.
And he took me home, and that was fine.
Was this
So,
after Francis died?
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I'm not
She was
talking
crazy about Frank.
Oh,
So, I was going, there was something to do at the time. I was 19, 20 years old, and I wanted something to do, so I was going to the Roseland, which was a dance hall in Salt Lake where all stag people went, and it was, at that time, it was okay to go out and pick up somebody at the dance hall and dance. So I went there, and finally I danced with him. Well, he told me how wonderful I was, and that he fell in love with me the first time he ever saw me, and give me this line, and of course, he was funny, he was humorous, he had personality, and I guess things just went along, and I liked him pretty much. So that finally the time came when it was David Depression time. He was living with his sister, who locked the doors at 12 o'clock, and if he didn't leave 12 o'clock, he didn't have any place to sleep.
Was that May?
No, that was Myrtle.
Oh, Myrtle.
And I was living at home, and there was no place for me there because before that I had went out and worked for my board and room, and when I came back, Mother had all the boys fixed in the bedrooms and every place. The only place there was for me to sleep was on the couch. And I was sleeping on the couch where all the covers came up on the floor every night.
We got rid of the what was it? The leather Davenport. We finally got rid of that.
So we decided that we should get married and try and find someplace to live because things weren't going to get any worse. And I guess we cared quite a bit for each other. So we got married, and first thing I was pregnant and lost the baby. But then if you can't go any lower, you've got to go up. There's no doubt about that. We were on welfare.
No oatmeal mush.
Yeah. So I went to work, and he went to work, and 2 years later we had my daughter.
You're around here someplace.
And so we worked together and finally bought us a house, and then we had our son. And that brings me here today.
Hey, you went to San Francisco.
Oh, well.
And you went to Los.
I'm not going into details about every place we went and everything we did.
Yeah, the
story
whole
of how we
little
met.
forest. Well, it's your life.
Oh, so we lived in Salt Lake for a while, and then
How about the wife of a bellhop at a hotel? Bellhop.
Well, I'll tell you, I think the reason we got along so good is because he worked at the hotel nights and Saturdays and Sundays and holidays. So I never seen him. And during the day, I would take care of the kids, and at nighttime I'd go to bed, and he'd come home at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, go to sleep, and get up and go play golf, and I would take care of the kids, get dinner.
All that good stuff.
And that's the way our life went on for a long time. And then we decided, well, he started working at the hotel. He started working to get the employees in on the union, which was a big deal at that time. And in the process of trying to get the union into the hotel, he got the union all right, but they told him he couldn't belong because he was part of the supervision. And so from then on, they kept knocking him down. He really didn't have much choice but to find someplace else. Well, there's nothing in Salt Lake he could do. And we wanted to go to California, because he had for a long time. So I thought, okay, let's go down there. We can surely do better down there than we can here. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, I got these guys out of bed, and I left for California. And when I got down there, he had left the week before and stayed with his brother. When I got down there, they just had a 1-bedroom house, and it was middle of the night, and I was running out of money, and I hit San Pedro, and I didn't know whether to go get us kids something to eat. I had everything in the back of the car, and I didn't know whether to get them something to eat, or go get a motel, or what to do, try to find him. So finally got something to eat, got a motel. The next morning we went over to the house. And then we went from there, picked him up, and we went and got a motel in Inglewood. He was making $35 a week. We were paying $32.50 for a motel. And we had expected to get some money out of our house, which the real estate agent wasn't able to get for us. what little bit we saved, and finally found a house to rent, which we was using orange crates for furniture, and sleeping on the floor, but we had our dog.
Oh, that's good.
And
And
she
you
had
could
us.
And you could get a house with the dog, but not your.
Yeah, we went to try to find a house to rent, and they told us, well, we don't rent the boys. You can have the house with the girl, but we can't have the boy. I said, okay, Keith, we gotta go. So we finally found this little old dump that they'd finally rent to us with kids. At that time, they wouldn't rent to with kids, especially teenagers. So we found this little old dump, and we moved in there, lived there for 3 months, and finally made the down payment on the house. And we moved into the house. We had no furniture. So I took in sewing, and I sewed clothes. And this woman that I was sewing clothes for, she didn't have any money, so they were moving, so they gave us their furniture. That's where we got our furniture. Well, from then on, I went to work, and we just kept going up, and to where we are now. You had life.
No, I can't think any more to add to that.
Anything you want to say?
Yeah, I can think of your wedding night. You didn't tell them about the crayon hunt.
You want to know about my wedding night?
Well, I'll tell you about it. I was there. I remember when they were married and we kidnapped Frank. Now, we went down to the house after all this was over, and we tried to build a fire in the damn stove. And it was raining, cats and dogs and everything else
We
in
had
the world.
rented a duplex.
And the water was coming down. That was Elder's duplex, right? The water was coming right inside the stove, and we were trying to build a fire.
But didn't they get married in Wilford Ward?
Yeah, but this
No,
was
we
after.
got
No, they got married in the old homestead.
Yeah, there was all.
Mom's
That Bishop
Didn't you have a
Flag.
reception in Wilford?
Opal did.
Was it
Oh,
open?
we got married. Yeah, we finally got them settled in somehow. I don't remember.
I remember.
That was a very romantic wedding night.
Oh, it
I know
was,
that.
I'm telling you, because
It was almost as good as Johnny's and Donna's. She
Yeah.
slept in a chair.
no, let's see, where were we? We got married, and after we got all the presents open and everything, why, Opal says, well, I'll take all the presents out in my car, and I'll take you home. Okay, fine. We got all the presents out there, and Opal says, well, there's not room for Frank, so Jack can take him down, and I'll take you in the car. Okay, that's fine. Opal and I went down. Frank never showed up. They put him to bed. So Opal and I went down, and we built the fire, and my feet were cold. I went to bed, and my feet were cold. So they got it was a coal stove, and they took the plates off of the stove, wrapped them in paper or something, put it on my feet, keep my feet warm so I could go to sleep. And I think Opal finally came to bed with me. Harold Ellsworth was there.
But after we looked, it wasn't your brother.
So Opal finally left. I got finally settled in. So during the night it rained. Rain come down.
Everywhere.
We was putting pots under there. It rain off. And finally next morning Frank came in. Happy lunch. Everything was just fine. You know, great. Going to work. Could have killed him.
Honeymoon's over.
I said, my God, Frank, must have been some way you get away. He says, look, with 4 brothers, 4 men holding you down in bed, you don't move. That was my wedding night. Okay, it's your turn.
Oh, boy. Well, I guess I better go back a little ways. My first marriage was kind of unsuccessful, but I did have a boy and a whole bunch of kids and grandkids. But that wasn't really much. My life started when I met my wife, which was, I didn't meet her as a girlfriend at all. I met her as a gang of people. I think it was 3 guys and gobs of women. We did everything.
like that.
Well, we did everything. Everything except pair off. We went roller skating and dancing, and we done all kinds of bars. We did everything. we moved around quite a bit. I think my first daughter was, I think she was 9 months and 3 hours and 42 seconds. But believe me, the calendars were all marked, especially my grandmother's. But she was very disappointed because it didn't happen. And then I went in the service when she was about a year old, and I was gone 19 months. A rough time for a new married man like me. But my second daughter, I'll tell you, was planned, and it was planned by us. We said, this is the night, and that was the night.
Took 19 months.
Yeah. 9 months storage. Exactly 9 months.
2 minutes.
But Carmen must have gone to at least 5 or 6 schools or something. We traveled around. Then we finally settled down. We bought the old homestead, and we lived there for I don't know how long. Enough to fix the place up real nice for the next guy. And, put a new furnace and some stoves and some insulation and a new roof. And well, we practically rebuilt the place. Before we moved on to a trailer and moved to Twin Falls, where we spent 2 years. It was very nice. Great town for kids. Everything was for kids in Twin Falls. I think there was only a couple of bars, a lot of churches. Yeah. But it was a real nice town for kids. They went all out for the kids. And we took over a couple back, my wife and I. And we really had a good time until we left there and went to California, where we spent a whole lot of years working for a dealer. And we didn't have no more children after that. Finally, one day, I left down there to go on vacation. I come up to Vegas, and Paul says, do you want to go to work? I said, sure hell do. So, we went on vacation, and from then on, I was known in the business as the only guy that ever had a 2 weeks vacation before he went to work. So we come back from vacation, and I did go to work in Las Vegas, and I've been there ever since. It's been very nice.
What did June say?
Beg pardon?
What did June say when you came back to California and said, I want to move to Vegas?
Oh, that was kind of a funny episode. When I left California, when I left the job on that day, I asked the boss, I said, can I have my vacation pay? And he said, well, he said, boss hasn't decided what he's going to do about vacations this year. And I said, well, I'll tell you what. I said, I'm going on vacation. When I come back, if you've got my check in your hand, I'll stay. And if my check isn't in your hand, I'll load my tools. So I come back on Saturday afternoon, and I drove in, and I said to the foreman, I said, do you have my check? And he said, no. And I said, will you help me load my tools? And he said, yes. And that was the end of that.
You never got your money.
Nope, never got my money. I got a better job.
No wonder I can't go to Las Vegas and play.
We've been in Vegas.
I don't know how they can hold your check, or your vacation check.
Yeah, they didn't have to pay. They didn't either.
Those days you didn't have to do anything.
No.
You got
Companies did what they wanted.
you got some more kids,
Got a whole bunch of kids.
grandkids.
Then I had great-grandkids, I had grandkids, and then great-grandkids, and now we got 2 more great-grandkids, and they're real wonderful kids. And we're enjoying them.
years under us.
12th of June. 12th of June. Is that right, June?
43 to 87, 70,
46 years you guys been married.
46, okay, we'll go for 46. I'm going for 86.
40 years. I thought it was 5.
When you were married, 31,
43.
43.
He was married the year I was born in. He was married the year I was born, 43. No, I can't be right, because she's only 6 months younger than me.
You were born in September of 43, and I was born in October of 43, and I was born in March of 44. They got married in June of 43.
June, July.
Yeah, she was born in 44. Margaret was born in 49. No, 43. June of 43.
9 months, 3 hours, 40 hours.
There hasn't been very many divorces, I'll tell you.
Cut it there.
Can we cut back for just a minute? Only one, Don.
Did I leave anything out? Am I through?
Okay, Dad.
Pretty well covered it, 3 divorces.
Dad, it's your turn.
What I'd like to do is cut Paul, let me cut you off a little bit. You forgot Jack.
Uncle Jack. Somebody's got to be a
Okay.
spokesman for Uncle Jack.
Now, I can't tell you what year Jack was married in,
I can.
but
Jack is gonna divorce.
Donna and I, Mother and Dad, were in Springville. And Jack was to get married that night. So we stopped, didn't we, Donna? We stopped, Mother and Dad, Donna and I, and there was Roy and Evelyn and the preacher.
October 9th, 1937.
Okay. We had been in Springville that day and we stopped. Whether it was a surprise, but Jack and Betty got married that night. And as close as I can remember,
I
there was
took
only,
Betty someplace and somebody took her out.
You weren't even
there.
no sir, there was Donna and I, Mother and Dad,
It was a
Roy and
I
Evelyn
saw
and the
Pop
preacher,
Trap
was
before.
all that was at Jack and Betty's wedding, and they were in Evelyn's old house that I guess they're getting rid of now. No.
Was there by the library?
Yeah. It was that little place there. That was what I remember of their wedding, because we were, what year was it?
37.
See, that made me, what, 13 years old, Donna 11.
No damn well, but I took Betty
No, sir.
someplace that.
You might have, but it had to have been late that night, like 10:30 or 11 o'clock,
Because
before
I
we got
took
home
Betty
in
away
the old
from
Model T4
Joe.
that
Yeah.
night.
Because Harold Ellsworth and I did it.
You're thinking of me.
But I sure don't remember anybody,
No, nobody was there.
Just
the
us.
baby and It was real tiny little,
yeah, it was a real small front room.
and we were the only ones there. In fact, Mother, we didn't even, Jean and I didn't even know anything about it. And on the way
Jack
home,
and Betty, I
Matt,
thought it was Jack and
on
Betty.
the way home, Mother says, well, Jack and Betty's gonna get married tonight, maybe we better stop in.
So we did.
Big deal, they were
That's about the way it happened.
You that I
And we
took,
stopped in and
I
they
went
got
to
married.
sleep with
They got
you
married.
instead of Frank. Oh.
Donna was a pilot.
Here, I always thought it was Jack.
He said there was me
Oh, I'm
there.
sorry.
Jack has got,
I'm sorry.
let's see, Jack has got Diane, I don't know when she was born,
That was
then Boyd,
Sure was. I know.
then Judy,
I don't know.
then Brucey. And they got one hell of a family.
Amen.
I can't give you the dates on them.
Oh.
Jack was kind of, all his life, he was kind of the black sheep of our family. He run with a kind of a rough crowd. He drank some, and as I remember, Jack was the only one that ever got smoking, and Dad whipped his butt a couple of times over.
Well, Jack had a lot of trouble because when he was young, he had scarlet fever.
Well,
And it left his brain a little bit.
Mother always said that, and I really don't
think he
believe
was
it.
Smart. He
I
was
don't believe it.
smart.
Mother said
Don't believe
that could not learn. But he was no dummy. Jack was one smart fellow. He knew
just learned to
automobiles
read.
from one end to the
He
other.
was just like Dad.
He learned automobiles from Dad.
He could fix anything you could name.
I know.
He was, he loved his beer.
Well, so did Betty.
We drank a few between the two of
So
us.
did I.
Then he loved his
He
kids.
loved his kids.
Then he loved his grandkids.
And in later years, after he quit being a motor mechanic and he got to be the garbage man, say what you want about that, but he was a good garbage man.
Maintenance collector.
He brought home the best garbage. I always thought I had some of that in my yard. He
Yeah,
had
his
tricycles
hands
and tractors and he had stuff you would never think about in his yard. And he died rather late in his life, or rather early in his life, according to the rest of us.
Jack was still like 52,
And,
wasn't he? Shit, he was
But,
young.
this was mother and dad, really, I guess. Mother often said that she didn't think she would ever outlive her kids, but she did. Jack went first, and that really hurt mother and dad.
But nobody ever tell me,
Everybody.
like Max and I was talking, nobody said, what did Jack do? Anybody know?
I don't guess really,
What did he ever do?
kidney
for
failure.
Where did he work?
Kidney in the end, whether he had
Where
cancer
did he
or
work?
not.
was a garbage man, he was a mechanic.
He was with Dad County. Yeah, but
Worked for
before
Dad
that, when he was raising the kids down there in Murray, where did he
He
work?
worked for Doc. He worked for Doc. He was a mechanic for many, many years in Midvale.
Oh, that's what he.
That's where he was working, and like I said, Jack liked his beer, and he had lost his license through another deal. A cop got him for something. And he was on the back roads when he got his Studebaker hung up, and the train hit it. 5 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning. He, I don't know, he just died early in life, and why, he never did an autopsy or anything.
No, it was trouble about his heart too. His heart
Well,
was
a lot of things after his kidneys started to go bad, he just went on.
Jack didn't eat.
Well, he fixed Sue, but he wouldn't eat it.
No,
But towards the end, he didn't drink.
no.
He didn't, yeah, no.
Last time we was down there, Jack drank very little. He was always out in the shop building toys and,
I think they said it was a heart attack.
Yeah.
And it was a kidney stone.
I think that's what Diane Boyd was saying.
I think the death certificate said cardiac inclusion.
but anyway, we all miss him and wish he was here. Okay, big brother.
I don't know what stuff.
Oh, you.
Start with
Once
the
upon a time-
6 years old. No, 6 years old, Joe.
Tell me about your courtship, when I used to get you them beautiful women, and you didn't know what to do with them. Start with
In your
Marilyn.
first grade, in your first
All
grade.
right, with you, Betty.
Well, that was about 4 years old.
That's better.
You want me to start that yet?
When
Yeah,
did you
because
say
it
when?
was 6 years old, going to school.
The 6 years
No.
old, 6 then.
Listen, she had the red deal on and is 6 years old.
Betty, how old were you when you and Paul met?
I was 17, he was 18.
No,
No,
come
when
on.
you
Oh,
We
lonely.
met
When you
Come
met?
over here.
First
grade school.
First year of school.
Huh?
First of year of school.
Oh, he's in the 6th grade in
When
school.
you're 6 years old.
She ran around my
Yeah,
best
you're
boy.
talking about camps.
And I remember
I was
her.
the only one that didn't have, something written across my pants, right? When I bent over.
Okay.
Oh, and that red little thing that you had on, you were 6 years old.
About 10.
About 10, yes.
He was about 10.
Uh-huh.
He was in 6th grade, see? He was in 6th grade.
Then she was damn little.
Well, she's still damn little.
I know, but she was little than that.
But that's when she
And your birthday deal. How old was you?
about 10.
No.
She was 10.
Yeah, I think about 10.
Okay.
me, boy.
It still is.
He's so good, yeah.
But that's what I've never about the sixth grade. And
I was going with Dale.
she was going with my boyfriend, and I was going with her girlfriend, which I don't even share a
Shirley
bench
Vance.
with. I
Shirley
did.
Vance.
And that went on till 1937. 1937.
We called.
So we decided to get married. I didn't have a job. She didn't, I didn't have a home. I didn't have nothing going for me. Absolutely nothing. But anyway, we decided to get married. What do we do to get a marriage license? I don't know.
Oh,
So,
No rain,
So
no
I
flowers,
went to
no.
and Opal charged a ring for us. The Anderson jewelry,
Same ring.
same ring.
Except it wore out right here. Wore out,
Did
yeah.
everything.
I gotta have it.
$27.50.
Yeah.
And I didn't have any money to get married then. So I robbed Donna's piggy bank, $6.30.
We went to Kaysville. Know where Kaysville is?
Borrowed Opal's Chevrolet. She filled it full of gas. Well, it was Saturday afternoon. We went Saturday to
And I had two witnesses that
to
underage. So
Kaysville.
for umpteen years, we were not legally married.
There was some little town this side of Kaysville,
Yeah, Kaysville.
and I knew they was open, so we went there, but we got there too late. And they told us that the county clerk, who did the marrying, lived at Kaysville. So we went to Kaysville. Got there, and I walked up the door, and I told the guy, I said, I want to get married. He says, you got a license? I says, yep. He said, bring her in. So I brought her in. He said, you got any money? And I said, I got $6.30. He said, that's good enough. Bring her in. He married us. You got a ring? I said, yeah. Put the ring on. Gave witnesses? Yep. Both of them were 15 years old. So that started our married life. And then,
Right, for a number of years, we won legally married.
And I had a room and those didn't have the
Her
room.
name was Tilly, I remember that.
and our first night of marriage was in Opal's apartment, which she gave us, donated to us, which was a sex machine. And what else? Everybody should know the rest of it, but
They don't care what everybody knows. This is for the future.
Then you had some children, I think.
You got married, you had
We start from there now. You got married
Come
now.
on.
Go from that.
a few years after that, we
Did you go to work?
very little.
Oh.
I think I tried 400 goddamn jobs. And that's
Taxi
it. I
cab and
tried
hotels.
hotels,
Curb
Taxi
vacuum.
cab.
selling.
Yes, he runs
That,
a cab.
that,
for years.
You worked for
I know
Joe.
We done selling
that.
vacuum
I know
cleaners.
that, I know that was in Utah. What's the name of that?
What?
Where you worked for Joe?
Joe Kirk?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I stayed on funding for a while, but that was after I got out of service. Went to service in 41.
go with taxi cab and shove you on there around the streets.
Well, that was all part-time. Went to work for Utah Copper in 1938. And I worked there for 6 years, but while I was doing that, I'd go cab. And
Cab?
Kept the
Run
little
booze.
all booze.
run booze.
He did not.
Yes, he
Run-
did. Don't
He
tell
did
me.
not, he
Yes,
just
he
knew
did.
where they were.
Oh, all right.
Run booze and women up to Frank at the hotel.
Sure.
Now that's news to me.
You know that?
I didn't pay attention, but
What do you think Frank was doing up there?
Well,
Bell hopping?
Frank
I
needed-
don't know, to this day I don't know what he was doing
Yeah,
up
Frank
there.
needed
A lot of
some
things
booze.
I didn't know anything about.
If he knew I was on cab, he'd call me and say, I need a couple of quarts of, all you could get then was, what the hell was it? Ungodly whiskey you could do in the worst,
Old Guggenheimer, probably.
no, can't remember, I'll think of it. a couple quarts of that, because I didn't drink. So I said,
Oh,
Oh, that's a fabulous.
not booze, not booze. Maybe we saved all of our booze.
give it to Opal, or
It was
coupons.
ration, it was ration, and
Yeah, there's more.
I dig it up, we'd sell it for, what was it, $4.50 a fifth, I suppose for $18.
You run the service station on,
Now, Southern Comfort you get without,
Okay.
you run the service station on 9th East and Highland Drive.
Who did you sell it to for that money?
The hotel
Frank
guest.
had sold.
Frank did it.
Yeah, he sold it to all those
Yeah.
men with wives who come in salesmen and didn't.
With the girls they hauled it
He
there.
did,
Southern
get
Comfort,
drunk.
that,
Then he'd get drunk with them. I know.
That would happen.
Yeah.
The
They
poker
they were lonesome and they'd talk him in, I said, and have a drink, and he'd get drunk too.
Well, anyway, he'd call me, I'd get the booze I could for him. It worked out. But that time, you drive a cab, and you got $10 an hour for driving a cab. So 8 hours, you make $1. So in order to do that, you had to kind of chisel just a little bit. For that time, the Kearns was running full bore out there, and then I'd take a couple trips to Kearns, and then screw the speedometer and run 2 trips to there, put it back on, and run a town trip for $2 and make myself $20. Let's see, I don't think anything real bad. In those days, you had to do something to make $1.
And there wasn't any union.
What do you mean, those days?
You get paid.
Making 35 cents an hour. What do you mean there wasn't no job?
God. Well, go on now.
Now, let's see, after that, what else did I do?
Sold your tools about 40 times.
Yeah.
that's only
Yeah, well,
here.
I decided it's gonna be a advertising salesman, a
Oh,
salesman too.
wow, you sold
That
that
lasted for a
too,
couple of months. That didn't work.
which is the worst thing
Then
you
I tried to
can
sell
sell
vacuums,
outside
and
of advertising.
I could sell nothing. Nobody else did I, oh, I went to the Union Pacific, I went to the Union Pacific, I was a mechanic on the buses in those years. And that lasted for a couple of weeks. I told them what they do with their buses. And, what else? I think there in the 2 or 3 years, I must have had 40 jobs.
At least.
And I always went back to being a bodyman. I always went back to beating tin. Oh, gone for those years there. What happened?
You went to Vegas sometime.
Well, we moved to Vegas.
Well, you
Well,
had,
you
what
moved to
was Craig
California
born?
first.
You
Where was he?
had a couple of kids in between.
Where was Kim born?
Forgot about it.
Yeah, yeah. That's why you're here.
Yeah, the
Where was
daughter.
Kim born?
Well, I'll tell you what we
Salt
did.
Lake?
Kim was born.
43.
Salt Lake?
Kim was born in 43.
I'll tell you what we did with that house on Morningside Drive. Okay?
Where at? Where?
Morningside Drive, Salt Lake.
Let's get through having Kim.
Supper.
We had Kim in 43.
Was it Salt Lake?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
Then Trib.
And, okay,
she
we'll
was-
cut this short.
she was 2 or 3 years old. What was it when I went to service?
Missing kid.
41 went
Hello.
back to the service.
The doctor cut her,
I was in service for a year.
pay short.
When was Trib born?
52.
He was born 5 years later.
Yeah, nobody.
9 years, 2 months later.
Okay.
God
This
damn.
is what we said.
5 days.
On Morningside Drive. Okay, our first house. Okay. We moved in here, right?
Come on.
All right. We moved in here, okay? And we kneeled by the side of the bed. And I said, bless this house. That's you.
Look at you now.
watching this place. The guy says, you carpenters? Jack says, yep. Says, you? I says, yeah. He says, what's, okay, he says, tell me the dimensions. He said, give me some goddamn big figures like that. Jack looked at me, and I looked at him, and Jack says, beat the shit out of me. And I said, me too. Off the door from me.
So, they never did get to.
So we never did get to Saudi Arabia. Then we got a
But
shell.
Margot was
We
born.
got a shell service station after that.
Remember the service station? Well, now that had to be during ration, that was during ration.
Wow.
Because I used to get pay stamps.
Yeah. And what we did,
I remember the corner was.
we run out of stamps and then gas the line because we had too many friends. Between us and everybody else, so we had no gas, so we folded up that because we had too many friends and gas stations.
Brother,
Then that was another job I took on. After the service station. Oh, well,
You sold Kirby vacuum.
to Vegas.
Sold Kirby vacuum.
Yeah, that was in
How can you
between
remember that? You were
all
only
of
5 years old.
I remember Dad not being home as much as he used to.
That was in all the jobs I had. But then we moved to Vegas. We moved to Vegas in 42.
55, honey.
55, I was 3.
You was down here in January, I think, 55.
Yes, it was.
My birthday.
Because Daddy and I came down together, and you and
I
Sarah
know.
came down.
With an army board.
Between us.
Down on the
We
train.
came down the train.
And Kim and I came down from the old Nash. And we had an ironing board that looked like a bunch of oaks. We didn't have any money. We had a promise of a job. When I got here, the job wasn't everybody sitting here. The 2 kids and a wife had no job. We finally just finally got another job. I finally got a job. 5 days later. But then I didn't get paid for another 5 days. So there's a friend of mine that I met in Salt Lake who was a slot machine crook. He could take a slot machine and tear it apart and drop it without even looking at it. I came over to the store one day. And he asked me how I was doing. What are you doing here? I said, I moved here. I'm trying to get a job and I'm broke. She said, you're broke? Yeah. He said, wait a minute. Get back in about 20 minutes and hand me $20. He says, this will hold you out for a little bit. He walked over to the machine and took $20 out of it and come up and handed it to him. So that kept us going that week. Then we got another apartment way up there on Lake Mead Boulevard, and we stayed up there for 3 or 4 months.
Is that the one with the toilet paper in the rafters?
Yeah, then we stuffed them up in the rafters.
I do remember that. That was one. I do. I remember you wetted it. I remember you were wetting it, just stuffing it wet into the rafters.
Yeah.
I was real little, but it's one of the earliest memories I have of you wetting toilet paper.
I don't believe you.
You need to speak up a little bit. Speak up a little bit.
Take toilet paper and wet it between the rafters and the walls about that much, and then poke it all in and seal it off. Insulation. Then I finally went back to Ellingham's, and I got a job at oil Ellingham's again. I stayed there for 3 or 4 years. Till 1958. And then I decided I was going to do business for myself. And I went out East Las Vegas, joined out there. And borrowed the money from Mom to go into business. And that lasted about 3 months, and I lost my ass. So that's what I call it. I lost my ass in East Las Vegas. And that Christmas was a very short Christmas. Kids didn't have nothing for Christmas. I didn't have any money.
That's a fallacy. You always ask
Well,
something.
we got it, but this is the start.
Never had a Christmas without something.
It was pretty thin, that Christmas.
It was then.
I don't remember that.
No.
The IRA got got two
We
meets
paid
ago,
George
all the money we
back.
had coming, they got every
George
bit of
bet
money we had
more
coming.
than we have. Okay?
Then I went over to work for Community Chevrolet.
Got me a job.
In 1959. I stayed there for a year.
Talk up a little. Jack,
Oh, well,
during the time that you opened your
I come here
business
to
up
swell
there
down.
in Las Vegas,
Huh?
Grandma, when you opened your business up in East Las Vegas, Grandma and Grandpa decided to move down here.
Yeah.
And they lived down here for like a couple months or something, didn't like it, and they moved back.
4 months out there at East Las Vegas.
I worked for Jack in 65 and you were still in the community.
Oh yeah, I worked for Community Chevrolet from 1959 till 1970. And then the cross-eyed German bought it, and I couldn't go to him, which is now Fairway Chevrolet. This has happened after then.
I went to work for Dodge.
Then I went to Dodge, 1970, I stayed there till 1985.
And you retired.
I retired. In the last 5 years, I've nothing but bum.
That's
But I
Bill
wanted to
Bear,
do all my
you've been
life.
building a lot of air.
Wanted to be a bum all my life, now I'm a bum. I got my life's history going from the right to my book.
Okay, so we're going, okay, I want to introduce Aunt June, that was not up here with Uncle George. She's got her 2 cents to say too.
Where have you been? Have you been asleep?
I've been asleep.
Now it's your turn.
If I can be asked. Well, I think our roughest time was right after we went to California.
Put it on TV.
And George was George was down with his back. And believe it or not, we had $300 in the bank. He was down with his back for 6 months. Couldn't work. And we managed to keep our bills paid and ended up with $200 in the bank. And it doesn't figure out on paper. It just
You did
doesn't.
good in the government, Jim.
But, I think that was about the roughest
You
period
know,
of our life.
I think it would be the most fantastic tale to tell us, bringing that trailer from Twin Falls to Los Angeles. I think you should tell that. You should hear about that.
Yeah, if you want to know how the pioneers traveled, you should have been with us.
Tell them about that.
It only took 5 days to go 400 miles. 23 gallons of gas for the first 100. Then it got bad.
We were towing that 35-foot mobile Jeep, and we averaged about 100 to 110 miles a day.
Yeah, until it broke.
You know, to me, it seems everybody has had
Then they
a
let
lot of
us
trouble.
down at my
you know.
place. Yeah, this is poor relatives come to visit poor relatives.
Slept on the floor and enjoyed it.
That little
doing it.
Why? We had a lot. Okay, tell us about the service of the big building.
Well, see, my story starts on the 1st of June, 1924, when George and Ethel was blessed with me.
That's a long way to.
That's right.
Why not leave?
Well, I think it was in 1925. We're going to go up a few years till I was about 15, and I went to work in Chicken Inn. I guess I was 15 because I couldn't sell beer. I had to take the orders, and then the big guys got to take them out, and they got the tips. And all I did was take the orders. But I turned 16 and I got my driver's license. My dad gave me a 1920 90 soda. Yeah, which he bought when we were living in Las Vegas. But I was kind of in high school then. Kind of the terror of the school because I had good cars. I had a 1938 Mercury, which belonged to Opal and Joe, and I had a 36 Chevrolet, which belonged to Max and Frank. I had a 37 Studebaker, which belonged to 38, which belonged to George and June, and a 36 Oldsmobile Coupe, which belonged to Paul and Betty, and my 2090 Soda. Now, Paul's Oldsmobile come out fine. George's Studebaker lost an engine. Max and Frank's lost a fender against a taxi cab. And Opal and Joe lost the tires off in theirs. When I turned 18, Uncle Sammy collected me. Oh, I was a truck driver, but they took me as a midi. And I went to Europe, and I met Helga through her mother. She was 16. And her mother was, the war was over in 46. She was remodeling all our clothing at that time. Well, we wore form-fitting clothing, and I met Helga at 16. And I married her in 1948. September 48, I married Helga. We come home in October. Yeah, October. And I got out of the service for 19 days, and I couldn't find a job. So I unloaded her at Donna's and Johnny's, and I took off, and I went to California. And I come back in February. Picked her up and went to Camp Stoneman, California. When we got to Camp Stoneman, we had $6.75. I got an advance on my check, and we moved into government housing at Rodeo, which I didn't have to pay for till the next month. We had 4 foot lockers full of stuff, which was lost on a Greyhound bus. The first night we had oranges, milk, and cornflakes. And we took down the shower curtain, and that was our bedding. Things advanced. It got worse as time went on. We eventually moved into the base at Camp Stoneman. And I don't know, Bobby suddenly got born in there in 1950. He was the first of a long line. Things was pretty smooth. I mean, I was getting money then. I was making $139 a month plus $39 for ration and $30 for housing. We went up to 52. Ronnie was born. And at the same time he was born, I got orders to Korea. He was 6 weeks old when we went to Salmon. And I was there 6 days, 7 days. Got them all set in an apartment, and I left. Again, went to Korea. stayed there 5 days.
Where's Jerry?
He's not here yet. So when we left Donna, her kids all had the measles. I took them to Los Angeles, and then I had to leave, so I dumped them at Maxine's. And I was gone a couple of months. And in the meantime, we kind of got back together again, so I went to Salt Lake, picked her up, and we drove back to California. We got a place, and we set up housekeeping. It lasted about 2 months. And she took off again, so I took kids down and dumped them at George and June's. And I guess it was about a month or 6 weeks, she came back, so I went and got them. And I guess about a year later, Jerry come along. We were getting along pretty good then. We went about another year. We got orders to Germany. We went to Germany. We stayed there 4 years. Kids all grew up with their fists. We came back and we went to Presidio, San Francisco. The kids, they grew up and they got better. They got better with their fists as time went on. They were military brats. They could look anybody in the neighborhood. And we were there 2.5 years. Got ordered back to Europe. By the time we got back to Europe, they were really tough, I'll tell you. We got ordered back out of there and we went to Benning. Benning 2 years, I got ordered to Nam. I put 2 years and 9 months in Nam, and when I come back, Uncle Charlie was in my pajamas and we split the sheets. Bobby was already married. Ronnie, he was going to welding school. And the cops was breathing John Jerry's neck every time he turned around. So I retired, moved to Vegas, and I unloaded myself and Jerry at George and June's again. And we stayed there for June, July, August, September. And I bought the house where Ronnie lives. And in '73, we were in the hunting phase then. We were all going hunting. And I bought 2 rifles, mine and Ronnie's, and I was walking through Big 5 Woco, whatever it is down there, with a rifle on each shoulder.
Up in Wales.
To get it fixed, get the guns fixed, and I run into Ruth. I met Ruth in the store there, and we started going around together. Well, that was understandable when you met Uncle Charlie in my pajamas. So I met Ruth, and we got married the following September. Ruth had 6 kids. So in February of '71, Ronnie came out, so I had Ronnie and Jerry. They both went to work. They were both doing real great. And I married Ruth with her 6. And off and on, I guess all 6 of them lived with us. And Sam is a doll of my family now. She is something else. The rest of them is kind of squared away. And in 8 years later, Ruth rolled over and got killed. I got a divorce, and I'm now a widow. Then I met Janet at the Moose Lodge. She came out to visit some friends. Well, I think about Ted died, George. Yeah, cancer. Met Ruth at the Moose Lodge. We were going together pretty good. I met Janet at the Moose Lodge, and we were going together pretty good. And she lived with a woman and her mother. And they kind of got the idea that I was going to take over, so they moved out, left Jan with a big house. So Jan couldn't afford the house, so we moved Jan to Pahrump. So George and I, we put 12 foot on the then, I was staying at Jerry's. Janet come in and I said, what are we gonna do today? She said, I don't know. I said, let's get married. She said, okay. So I called George and I asked George, I said, what are you doing today? And he said, nothing much. Why? What do you got on your mind? I said, well, would you like to be my best man? And he says, sure. So he come down and her sister come down and we all went to the JP. We got married right at noon, right at lunchtime. And we moved out to Pahrump. And we've been there ever since. We started the house right after that. We put down the pad. We started on the walls in April. George and June spent most of the summer out there laying rocks on the walls, pouring cement. And we moved into it the following May. That was a reunion 6 years ago when we moved into that place. Well, that 7 years was while I was, I worked at Fairway Chevrolet from July of '71 until sometime in '78 for George. That's all the job now. I've been retired since I retired from the Army in June of '71, and I retired from George in '78, and I've been bumming ever since.
Not a bum.
Another bum in the family.
And I got 3 kids, and I've had 3 wives.
3 bums sitting here.
And regardless of what I've said about any of them, I got 3 boys from Helga, which are top of the line.
How many grandkids have you got?
I have got 2, 4, 5 of my own, 6 is
I got
Sam.
nothing to say. What do you want me to say? I married into the greatest family in the world. I'm one of you.
Oh, and I forgot to tell
You
you,
told me the greatest
one day I got a telegram when I was in Europe. I got a letter, and my little sister says, I'm going to get married to a sailor.
To another bum.
And it was the saddest day of my life when I was married some dumb sailor. That's what she got.
I think you were sad. But you know, I had a good, nice compliment paid to me just a few minutes ago. Somebody said, you know, I think it was Myra said, hey, she said, I think you ought to be over here. I thought you and Gene were brothers. You should have been. Well, now we might have been.
You sound like my ex-wife.
Now, let me tell you. Should I tell him? My old man was a salesman. And he used to sell curtains and blankets. And Mother Pickering, bless her soul, she used to buy on the installment. Anyway, let me tell you.
50 cents a week?
Truth. 50 cents a week. How'd you know that?
I ain't peddling through the mud.
Hereditary. But her mother used to pay my father 50 cents a week.
For what?
I don't know.
For blanket.
So when they say, hey, you and Gene, you could be brothers. And I said, yeah, possibly. Is that the truth, dear?
You know, now my ex-wife used to say, you're more like a brother to me. And I always used to tell her, but I already got 3 sisters.
Johnny, you misunderstood. She said she thought we were mothers.
Oh! We're brothers. Well, what can I say? Yeah. It's been nice, hasn't it, guys?
You didn't tell her.
Yeah, now it's Donna's birthday.
Now it's your turn.
Right back in John, so.
And mother.
Don't forget the chocolate cake in front of your refrigerator.
See, I'm going to bring out all the skeletons.
That is
Mother used to bake the cakes, and me and Helga used to eat it in front of the
Refrigerator at midnight.
But there was no hanky-panky.
It was too goddamn cold. They could make out their blankets in a froze to death.
drink my goddamn beer
Who was that?
with my money.
Oh, yeah. Who
Frank,
did
John,
that?
John.
Oh,
I have to relate one little thing.
Get the arm
And
here.
I don't know where Helga and Donna was this particular night,
But I remember something
but
about it.
Johnny lived in
Johnny
Jensen
told me
Apartments.
that.
No, Frank, I've met her in
It
the
had
suburbs.
12-foot ceilings.
Smoker all the time.
And he had some old stale popcorn he took in.
Goddamn beer. I said, this is bad. I smoked the beer and smoked the cigarettes. You win all the money too.
I wasn't I wasn't looked upon with favor from Frank. I mean, God rest his soul, I love the man. He was the greatest guy in the world. But when I first entered the family, he thought I was some kind of a heathen. Because, and I was.
Because you smoked his goddamn cigarettes and drank his beer and won his money.
Yeah, he took his money, smoked his cigarettes, didn't even say thanks. Kissed Maxine on the way out. He didn't like it, but Maxine did.
At this particular little instance, when we was living with John,
Now you tell him about that one.
Donna and Helga had
Thank you,
gone
Drew.
somewhere, I don't know where. But John had taken in some old stale popcorn, I think, instead of the money, because he was collecting at the time.
I was always trading. I was like
We
my
had
dad.
quart bottles of Fisher beer, and we were sitting there minding our own business, and we had rolled up a bunch of rubbers, stuck them on the ceiling. They had 12-foot ceilings, and we were feeling our Cheerios, and we were betting on when these rubbers would fall.
Right.
Well, about that time, the block teachers got there.
I remember that.
That's when the shit hit the fan.
And we were sitting there with our beer and our popcorn, and the block teachers are telling us about the church. And I don't remember how it ended.
The rubbers had come floating down, and I'd given this stale popcorn. And you know what? We had a bag of popcorn that big around, and it was getting old. So
Old.
I mean really old. So I was giving it to Gene, and we were sitting there eating it. The block teachers came. We put the popcorn out for them and told them, have at it. We'll listen to anything you have to say, and they kept eating popcorn. Well, the next night, I was so sick, I thought I was going to die. I don't know about Gene, but I was sick. The next time I saw those block teachers, they said, man, he says, no more lessons for you.
I went to Korea.
Yeah. That's the truth. But we were sitting there, the men in black, you know, the missionaries, they were sitting there telling us all this good stuff while those rubbers were falling down and you kept saying, true, ain't it? Honest to God's truth.
Honest to God.
Honest to God's truth. Well, I guess I said enough here.
Okay, now,
No.
And Nada, you gotta tell us how you met Uncle Johnny.
All right. Okay.
Oh, let me tell you about it.
You better stay here with her, John. She's gonna forget something this day.
You're not going to tell everything, are you?
Well, I'm gonna go back a little ways too.
Don't go back.
Yeah, when I was about 14,
Oh, Jesus.
14, all my brothers and sisters was gone, including this one, because he went to service. And Dad was pretty ill. He's had a lot of trouble, so I worked and went to school. And when I graduated and I went to work for the hospital, Mother went to work as a laundry lady in the hospital and got me working in there. So I worked there for a couple of years in the hospital doing
sucker wouldn't go either way.
Was that the two leader?
Yeah, that sucker got in the middle, and we had to get it going like this. 1, 2. Finally, we got over the hill. Okay.
You made it.
Yeah.
No, not that night. It was 3 weeks later.
So he got me home. Well, finally we decided to get married, so I wrote to Mother, and they lived in Salmon, which they couldn't make it, so we only postponed the wedding 3 times. I went to George in June, and June said, well, I'll help you with your wedding. I know, fine. And I thought, well, that would be nice. Yeah, I thought that would be really nice to get married in the old home where I was born. So June made my dress, and between the 2 of us, we got the wedding going, and Mother and Dad got there the night that we were married. But you know, Dad was late. He went to Jackson, so we had to postpone another half hour. Well, when they got home, all my brothers was pretty well looped, and they sat in the kitchen
Boy, were they
singing Roll Me
smashed.
Over.
Not me.
When you were
He wasn't dead.
Yeah.
No,
And who
it
did
was
we
Frank.
have?
It was Frank that was smashed.
We had Mike, pathologist from the hospital, Dr. Conquest. We had the judge that's only there, and them in there singing Roll Me Over.
What year was that, Don?
47?
47?
Wasn't I there? I think so.
No,
Don't forget
you
to
were
tell
there,
them.
and Paul and Betty were
I
there.
wasn't there.
Yeah, don't forget to tell them to come down to California on your honeymoon.
I'll let you tell about that. So we decided to go to California on our honeymoon, and we went and seen Paul and Betty.
Mistake.
And the first thing we did, I got kicked out because I wasn't old enough. And then I was.
Paul and Betty?
No, we went. They were taking us out on the.
Oh, you went out, you said you went to Paul and Betty and got kicked out.
Betty got kicked out. I remember when Betty got kicked out.
Kicked out where?
Bar?
Every place,
Yeah.
every place.
Him too.
Hell of a better
He didn't go
be kicked
either.
in.
But then they took us to a burlesque, and I had never.
That was a hell of a
been
show,
to
first one.
Oh.
Yeah.
First time you
Yeah.
But Donna got kicked to this
If you
because
could ever
we took
see.
it.
You were what? Donna.
Oh.
I'm watching that burlesque, and it wasn't really risky.
No, it wasn't.
Her face.
That's just because they had one.
You didn't know women were built that way.
Can I ask one question of you folks sitting over there at that little forum?
No, you're not in this.
I know, but I want to ask one question. How many of you guys were virgin when you got married?
Yes.
3 times.
Except for Marilyn. There was, oh, bull. Except for Marilyn, Paul.
We were one lady.
No, you weren't.
Gene, don't raise your hand. They got a whole orphanage named after
Except
you.
for Marilyn.
Hey, you guys haven't heard about Marilyn, have you?
No, we
And I think you should be informed about her.
Marilyn, your cousin? We gotta get you.
She wasn't my cousin. I didn't even know her.
Kim, don't get on Marilyn yet, let's finish.
But to hear the boys talk, I'd like to know her.
Who is Marilyn?
Let's finish Donna's story, then we can go to Marilyn. Yeah.
Now, I want to tell my daughter to be a
Yeah,
virgin.
Donna ain't got any kids
No,
yet.
Donna doesn't have any kids, we gotta get the kids in there
Get
somehow.
the kids.
Donna's getting barely on her honeymoon and you won't let her talk.
All right, I'll shut up, George. I'll shut up.
Okay, well, then we went home, and.
See, don't we look alike? My dad was a salesman.
We have a little apartment, and we stayed there for 2 years. We had John. Then we moved in with his dad for 5 years. And we had Connie and Cindy, and then we moved out to the home we're at now. And that's about it. Well,
So we had
we
Brad
lost
was
a
born.
baby.
Yeah, you forgot Brad.
No, we had Brad, and then we had Candy, and she died at 10 months old. And 10 months.
Well, listen, Jack, there was a baby that Betty had.
Oh, yeah, Betty had a, yeah, Betty lost one, Matt lost one, Betty lost one.
You know, it was the first girl, the middle girl, and the last girl.
You were a very lucky family. And you think of mom we got now,
How many
it's
people
getting
there?
cute.
Yeah, but the marvelous thing is that this mom and dad
I mean, and they're all making good money. Well, Cindy,
You look at it as a reunion,
and, all your
but
family,
the less weight.
my kids are doing good. Your kids are
Even
doing
the
good.
grandkids and the great-grandkids
Those
are
kids,
doing great.
everybody is
Oh,
doing
you want your
very
seat?
good.
Sure.
Yeah.
There hasn't been much said about grandkids and great-grandkids. That needs to be kind of just gone over real quick. How many who has what? Because not much has been said about that.
I think
Okay, I
it's
think
great.
come over and help me.
What do you think about the whole family? It's wonderful.
Come over and help me. Hey, keep going. Start in one at a time, or grandkids and great-grandkids.
How many grandkids we got
I
and
don't know,
what?
Kim, tell me again.
How many kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids do you have?
I have four children and 8 grandkids.
Well, think about me. What?
Well, no,
I got
stop,
it.
okay, wait a minute, and on it, no.
Oh, you got that
there? Let's see, I got,
I'm only gonna make one run.
3 kids. 2, 4, 5 of my own. And innumerable stepkids of Ruth's family. No great-grandkids, I hope. You never know, you know. They're up that age. You've got them all.
Talk, I can't hear you.
2 kids, 2 grandkids, and 6 great-grandkids. Is that all we got?
I guess we got to know.
And a bunch I don't know.
Maryland?
Somebody's gonna let me live that down right here. Well, I've been informed we have 3 children, 11 grandchildren, 8 great-grandchildren, which I raised most of.
Damn, you're getting old, George.
You're the winner.
You got more than that, didn't you? You got, Jerry's got 7.
Well, let's see, wait a minute, we've had 2 more, that's right.
Sure.
Three more. That's, 11 great-grandchildren. Now, yeah.
Jerry, don't wait
You
for the
do
time.
all these things by yourself?
Yeah, I'm trying to catch mother.
Oh, he was.
That's not true. I haven't stopped either.
And Maxine,
Well, let's see, I have 2 children.
how do,
2 children, 4, 6 grandchildren, and 2 step-grandchildren. And, okay, Joe, tell me. Give me a piece of. How many grandchildren? 6. I got too many beers. I can't think.
and Opal.
Scott's got 2.
Joanne, come over and help your mother.
Come on, let's hear
Get over here and help your mother. Both of you, get over and help your mother. Doc,
We're on all of this.
Help.
Guys, everybody up here.
What y'all get from Jack's is that Jack had 4 children. And he's got,
We're figuring Jack. As soon as we get a paper.
He's got 6 houses. He's got 3.
What's my daddy?
one grandkid, one great,
Oh,
one
buddy.
great, you know, she's got
Can you bring me a beer?
first her kids
three,
got 7 grades. Did they figure out?
Got 3.
7 grandkids.
And Kurt died, so there's 3 of them, my grandkids.
Leslie
And
got
then
one.
Matt and Bobby. Dan Myers has 2 more for the family, you know what I mean? And I got 3 grandkids.
Great grandkids.
Here.
Is that all you got? 3 great grandkids? Oh, what the
As
hell are you?
of-
I hadn't known in September.
Yeah, you're, oh,
3.
well, we got one we don't even count. We're not sure yet.
I got 6
Well, I think I skunked the whole bunch of them. I skunked you all. Didn't we, dear? Didn't we, dear?
Oh.
Huh?
Okay, Gene's gonna give Jack some cards here.
Okay, Jack's got 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, but one has been adopted out. He's got 11 grandkids, 4 great grandkids.
We could show them great grandkids.
Of course, I think Gary for that. Plans, I'm ready to do that.
Well, I
Hang on,
did look
Jack,
at it.
better
George
listen to
went
this, get
got
on the
more.
stick.
What's it called?
How many grandkids, great-grandkids have I got?
Off the top of
How
your
many
head,
great-grandkids have you got?
for the Pickering claim.
Probably 11 now.
Dad's got,
We
Dad's
had
got
4
6.
new ones this year, I just got to count.
We did too, we got 6.
We're talking about young guys getting older. We're not talking about-
Jack's got 4.
But it's,
You got to see our too. Yeah, but you go back there.
family.
Watch out.
I remember her like I remember you when you were about 17. Oh, gosh.
Keith wasn't there.
What a joy. No, that's such a joy. How many kids do Keith got?
Okay, wait a minute. We're gonna be like bumblebees on the tape, so let's just kind of talk like them.
What would you like to talk about?
Yes, okay, what would you,
We could do a dissertation. Would you like to do that?
Mammy.
Why don't this
I know
generation
that-
up here, why don't they have something?
okay, yeah, where's Keith? He said he would be here.
What if we saw him in Salt Lake?
Kim, what's
We're about diabetic.
what do we want to do here?
Okay, everybody was talking different stories. Was you guys just talking just a minute ago?
Lying to each other.
Was you guys lying to each other?
No, I was just gonna tell him that he had 2 children and adopted, and 2, his wife, same wife had 2 children.
We were trying to add up how many there is in the family right now.
And you got your calculator.
I got an idea.
What?
Kimmy, why don't each one of the kids that are here step out and talk about each one of the elders?
Oh, that
What
sounds
they
good.
remember about it.
That sounds
How's
good.
that sound?
Have we got all day?
Okay, we're gonna,
A story about each one.
each one of us are gonna step out and give a story about each one of our elders.
You're gonna tell
Then
about
finish the whole thing off. I want all of our elders to
They're
talk
ready to do
about grandma and grandpa and our great aunt, a little bit beyond all of our time. And that'll cap it off.
Got me about
Okay, let's start out with Aunt Opal.
Well, I thought children, I thought you were gonna start with the kids.
Yeah, Terry Jo
Yeah, well,
starts.
that's what I'm saying. Okay, Mary Jo.
Because you're on the end.
There's another end.
Mary Jo, major suggestions, talk.
Okay, let me talk about each one of these people much as I can.
He's not even on camera.
I know.
Yes, he is.
That's great.
Wait till you get on, don't
Just about
talk
your
when you're on camera.
Am I on?
Kim, this is about your own parents?
Joe, you're not even in
The
there.
other camera's on the video, that's all right, he's got it, he's citing it, Terry, he's citing it.
I know. Let's see.
Terry, you can always look at me if they don't get you on there. See how,
Joe is.
Well, you look kind of damn here, young man.
see how small I am?
There you
There.
are.
You don't have a wide enough ankle, mister. I would like to, I don't know how much time I've got here, but I'd like to,
30 seconds.
no, I can't do it in 30 seconds, I'm sorry.
You got 2 hours, go ahead.
Okay, we got 2 hours. I would like to talk about Dad, if it's okay to everybody else. The honorable part. I want to pass on the story full of boys going fishing. Every year, opening day, same stream. They park at the same oak tree, they pitch their tent, the whole bit. That's the story he told me in Harry and Ben was calling. So one day, opening season, Harry and Ben park. Get out. Got a little bit late start, so Harry says to Ben, he says, you go upstream. He says, I'm gonna go down. He says, opening day fishing. He says, we'll come back here at 11 o'clock for lunch. And he says, whichever the fishing is good, upstream or downstream, he says, that's where we'll go. He says, sounds good. So they met back at 11 o'clock. Well, Harry looked at Ben, and he says, well, Ben, he says, how'd you do? And Ben says, well, he says, I went to that big old tree upstream. He says, remember that? Yeah, yeah. He said, how'd you do? He said, I caught a fish. He said, it jumped. It didn't land it. He said, it was that long. It was so strong, it straight to the hook. I said, okay, Ben. Ben looked at Harry, how'd you do? He said, well, I didn't have that good of luck. He says, I went downstream, and he says, you remember that old pioneer crab thing? He says, yeah. He says, well, I cast it in there. He says, got a snap. He says, dang it. He said, I fought it. He said, fine. I'm going to break my line. He said, I'll give it back to her. He says, I'll come with pioneer's line. He says, that sucker was still lit. Oh, Ben looked at Harry and said, I'll tell you what. He says, I'll knock 2 feet off that trout. You'll blow up that damn candle. I've heard that funny, Dad.
That sounds like,
Yeah.
it sounds like you did.
So that's my memories of my father, or my mother.
We know about your mother.
You're supposed to tell about her.
Matt and Frank.
In our early days, she was the greatest, I'll tell you.
All I can say is I remember I wasn't, when I got older, old enough to remember anything, I didn't see the family whole bunch. But I remember Frank's pool table. And I know we had to be the biggest fools in the world to play pea pool on Frank's table. I only made 150 months. Frank took me for 3 months' pay. The balls would, if it was outside, the balls would ripple on the pool table. That's the only guy I've ever seen shoot people outside. Frank would go, before he'd shoot. He took me to the head of the pool on that table. Remember before he got
Let me tell you one about Frank. We got even with Frank. We went to Carmen's one time. They had a pool table. They had a trick cue ball. Frank, he was pretty well smashed, man. He usually did, but he went out for a good time, and he did this night. And we're playing this game, and every time he come up his shot, we'd slip this trick pool ball on him. And I'm telling you, he almost went 8. The damn ball, he'd hit it, and boy, it's such a beautiful shot that he'd go over there and he'd roll around. And he'd look at that thing and he'd say, what the hell's going on?
That's the way I felt shooting on his table. The wind would come up, you knew the evening breezes were coming up.
And of course, as soon as he threw shooting, somebody slipped the other ball back out there.
It was time and he needed a walk.
You never did catch on.
Thank you. One of the greatest guys in the world. He was one of the greatest.
How about you? I remember I was, 10? We were at Grandma's in Salmon, Idaho. And I was just starting to learn about cars. And that's the first time they'd ever made a car, 402. We got a little bit of argument over cubic inches and horsepower. Right? And they finally came out with a car that produced more horsepower
Per cube.
per cube. And I told you that, and he said, you explain it to me. And I explained it to you. And what I respect and love about you is I made sense and you agreed with me.
From my brother.
No, I just didn't do that. I explained it to him, and he said, then you must be right. He didn't doubt my being little. I went, all the guy. Paul, where do we go?
Diane.
About you.
I know. We're going
don't know how I ever got you to sleep that night.
He probably hit him with a glove.
Probably rocky just.
Well, one of my best fishing partners I've ever had in my life. Two. Didn't do it very often. I only
You
did
catch
it
your
a couple
fish.
times. Yeah, you catch fish.
That is the point.
I remember that. I remember last time when I went down Snake River.
Yeah.
We had a help this time.
Oh, we had a ball.
Gene,
Love fishing.
I remember you.
I can remember our 24 hours of our.
Yeah.
Korea, no,
Yeah.
Vietnam.
Vietnam,
Yeah.
Van Rang.
Yep.
Come down there and, you know, we've been riding and Gene told me he was coming. So God, I went down, I bought a fifth of whiskey and I bought a case of beer and we stopped at the refrigerator. And I went down and met Gene and walked in and just like your angels, no. I said, would you like a shot of whiskey? No. Well, what the hell did you come get it for? I didn't know what to do. He said, I'm kind of hungry. So we walked down to the local, if you want to call it pizzeria.
Yeah.
And so we sat there and we had ordered pizza. We had one beer. Then it started raining. I mean, it got down sheets. And then one of us had our ponchos. So we had another beer. I was waiting for it to quit raining.
Was he drinking then?
Well, it rained for a long time.
It did.
Yeah,
Well,
it
it's
did.
doing, man.
So we sat there and drank beer while it rained, but we didn't have our ponchos. So we went back to my room, and we cracked that fifth, and cracked that case of beer, and I got
Killed that fifth, and we killed that
I got a 2-hour lecture on my gas mask being dusty, and we're sitting down there. I went down and I woke this black guy up down the hall.
We ran out of boots.
So we got another half a fifth, and someone come in, and we had to ask him what time it was. He had to plane. I was supposed to be at work. So we showed up at my workstation.
Is that when you started recording?
No, this is Vietnam.
Van Rang.
Van Rang, Vietnam. Sergeant Swank was his name, was my supervisor. He looked at me and looked at Gene. There and goes, I'm ready. And Gene goes, I gotta catch a plane. And he lost his damn
Old
gun.
combat gear, boy. I have 16 in my hand, a 45 on my hip. He didn't say nothing, man.
He lost his. He looked at me and he said, why don't you take the day off? And then he's supposed to catch a plane and he lost his M16. But we had a hell of a good time, but we used to serious talk.
You didn't get shot, but you had a good time.
We won that war. We won it face down.
Lost the plane and moved on.
Tell the soldier lost his goddamn gun before he gets started.
No,
It wasn't far off. I
we
forget
had a
what the
good
hell it
time.
was,
God, we had a good time. Over there we needed it. Don and Johnny, what do I say?
You got the floor.
You people have been there for us
And everybody.
for everybody.
For everybody.
I couldn't say enough about you two people.
See, you don't have to say nothing. He's saying it all.
I don't know anybody in this whole dang family that just don't worship the ground you folks. All I can say is, here's to Don and Johnny.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
we drink to that.
I talked too long, I'm sorry.
Dan? And then he makes me cry and expects me to talk. It's terrible.
Well, you know, I had some pretty special parents. We had some pretty tough times. I remember growing up, let's see, we lived in, during the Second World War, and we lived,
The big war.
the big war, yeah, we were living in Elko, Nevada at the time, and we lost our apartment. That was about 3 months. Craig was walking.
Well, Kim was 4.
Yeah.
I can remember.
But we lost our apartment, we couldn't find a place to live, and Daddy was working in a wartime job in Elko. we don't go and get salmon.
I
But
said
anyway,
that.
I can remember a lot of hard times and stuff that we did, and I can remember going without everything but food. Mom always thought that we had food on the table. And I remember having some really rough times, and like I said, I also remember the laughter.
The good time.
And I don't remember ever having any money. Does that tell anybody?
Yeah, well, yeah,
But they all went to college.
Not damn thing has changed, has it?
I don't think anything has changed in the Christ thing. I don't remember ever having any money where you just money was thrown around.
I don't think anybody had.
I don't think Paul had any money. He had a watch that Betty bought for him. And every time he went by the pawn shop, that watch would automatically go out. Stick the ring on it.
I know my son.
I still got that watch, and you know that son of a bitch, I'll wear it down like Elmo.
Yes, I do. He had that in the pawn shop every time he wanted to go get a beer here. He'd go pawn
I just despise the pawn shop every time I go by.
Glues it to the glass wall.
Can't move.
And I remember Maxine and Frank. Frank, I love dearly. He always made you laugh.
Yes.
And he was always very philosophically funny. And I remember Maxine as being there. She was always really a good person, and I loved the work she did. She made such neat dolls and everything. And I remember the stuff. And I went and stayed with them one time, a couple of times in Salt Lake. First time I ever saw television at Maxine's house. And I remember Uncle Jack. Jack and Betty used to come and spend some of the summers with us. And it, again, was real prime time. They told funny stories, and we were really close. And George and June, I got to tell you a story about George and June. We were living in Salmon, and Grandma and Grandpa decided they were going to go to Salt Lake, and they asked if I could go with them. And Mom said, yeah, I could. So we went to Twin Falls to visit George and June. And when we got there, George had his boat and everything, and he said, yeah, you got to go with us and see Shoshone Falls. It's really something else. It won't have a complete trip without seeing Shoshone Falls. So we loaded up in the car, and Margaret was really tiny, and Carmen was she was probably about 4 or 5. I was probably around 12. And we got in this car, and we drove to Shoshone Falls, and I swear to God, you could have caught the water in a teacup. They had it shut off for irrigation, so we never did see Shoshone Falls. But I remember visiting George and June, I'll tell you. And then Paul and Betty. I also went to Salt Lake when Trevor was a little guy before they moved to Las Vegas, and they lived up on the hill.
Morning sickness high.
That's correct. And I spent some time with them. And I remember one time when Uncle Paul was in Salmon, and he took me to Salt Lake with him, and we drove in the old Nash, in an old bathtub Nash.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he took me to Salt Lake with him. And I remember picnics and everything, and it was just, it's just like you've always been there. And Uncle Gene, I remember when he brought Helga to the States, the first Christmas they spent with us, we lived over on St. Charles Street, and the snow was ass high to a tall giraffe. And it was 40 below, and the water was frozen in the middle of the street, and we didn't have any water in the house, but we had a good Christmas. And Gene and Helga made me a dollhouse out of orange cream that was just unbelievable. A little bit of magic. And because I was so happy, I taught Helga how to blow bubbles.
Every time I remember that, I haven't really thought about that in a long time.
And then there was Don and Johnny, and like Joe said, they've always been there. And I know sometimes we've been a real trial and tribulation to them, but they used to let me come summer, and I spent a couple of weeks with them, and got to see Salt Lake. And I think one of the most memorable times I ever spent in Salt Lake with Don and Johnny was when the girl that lived across the street and I came to Salt Lake, and we were going to go to the dance festival. And we were 16 years old, fresh out of the country. And we wanted to go downtown Salt Lake shop, and old Uncle John had a cardiac arrest. I think we were going to catch a bus.
while you got a chance. What the hell, I changed Joanne's diaper, so.
And the day that Uncle Gene decided to water me at the hose while I just done my hair and it was nice big beautiful.
Oh, yes, Frank was in that one.
Yeah, Uncle Frank. The thing I remember most about all my uncles is the fact that they were always harassing me somehow. They were always doing something to me that I was mad about.
Maxine got in on it too.
Always.
She didn't, she was just sitting there minding her own business when somebody shot
I
her in the
remember
face.
I locked myself in the bathroom, and then you guys just kind of waited until I figured you'd give it up.
We
And
didn't
when
give
I
it
came
up.
out, it took me out and squirted my hair all
Everybody got
around.
in that water fight.
Drenched me.
Yeah, the whole street ended up in that.
I remember going to people's houses, but I really don't have a lot of real hard memories. I remember I was in love with Uncle Paul. Oh, yeah? I remember sitting on the toilet with you.
Cannot remember though, when you said, get out my property.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, that was extra thanks.
We used to go in Ivy's garden when you lived in the old homestead and, no, Grandma Dagenhart. And she kicked us out all the time because we used to pick her snapdragons. Remember that? And eat strawberries.
I remember, but to really remember each aunt and uncle or remember an incident, I have a real hard time doing that because it's just so much, I mean, you were just always a part of our life. It was like, this was the family and everybody was there and there was a lot of love and there was a lot of just incredible joy.
A lot of talk.
All kinds of stuff.
And Uncle Johnny too.
I can still hear Carmen to this day say, tell Kim,
Get out my property.
Yeah,
you
me
just
too.
get off of my property.
That was under the Maxine. You don't remember that, do you?
Why? What did I do?
I don't know, but you kids are
You
fine.
couldn't share the pop with me?
No.
Kim and I still have scars for the fighting. We loved each other so much we bit each other
Get out
constantly.
my property.
Get off of my property.
I'm gonna pass it on to Mark.
I'm having trouble talking, so I'd like to pass it on. My memories are like Carmen's. I don't have a lot of real specific memories that I can think back. What I remember most about my father is him saying, anything a boy can do, you can do better. I was kind of raised with that attitude, and I think he proved it when we went into quarter midget racing, and he made sure that whatever the boys could do, I could do better. And it was always a competition. That's a girl out there, you know that, don't you? And it was prove yourself better than what those boys are. And I was kind of raised with that, and I think that has really been a real positive thing in my life.
She did it.
I had to. I didn't have any choice. Something I was told to do, and I always did what I was told to do.
Yeah.
One of us in the family has.
I have a lot of memories.
That's a straight face.
I have memories of Maxine a lot, really, going back to when I don't remember how old I was, probably 7 or 8, and my mom decided I was going to take piano lessons. Maxine was going to teach me, and I can remember the frustration of the whole thing because I didn't want to learn, and she got to a point where she didn't want to teach me because I didn't want to do it. I think it was real frustrating for both of us at that point. I still don't play the piano. My children, both my girls, play the piano. It's there. Yes, I still don't play, but both my daughters do. And I don't know what it was. I just plain was not into playing the piano. I could never get my right hand and my left hand to work together. And to do two different things at the same time just never worked together. I could do one, but trying to do two at the same time, forget it. It just didn't.
Margaret, tell them about when you got your driver's license, you're supposed to get a car into the corner and step on it and
Throw it.
And throw it.
Throw it.
Get that ass around and go, not that I stirred around it. That's how she wanted to get her driver's license.
They didn't like that.
Too good. You don't turn a corner, you throw it into it.
I think I got that in parking lots, before we got on a racetrack. You learned on a parking lot, and then you went to a racetrack, and then they put you on the streets and said, do it different. It's real hard to make that adjustment.
Very good, man.
Now you do it. You don't think about it a lot. It just happened. I have memories, I think, of fall when we lived with them, when we moved to Vegas, because we lived with them for a month, and I have a lot of memories there. But I can't think of any specific instances.
I do. That's when you joined the band,
Uh-huh.
and you were so excited about the colors on the band. Right? Yeah.
I remember you rolling your hair.
Yeah. You remember?
I just remember it's a funny image. I'm the youngest, it's a lot. But it's a funny image. I remember Margaret sitting on the bed rolling her hair. Just very common. But it was these huge rollers like beer cans. And she looked like she could pick up Mars. And that's all I remember.
I don't think everybody did. Uncle Gene, I have so many memories of because he was with us a lot in California.
I have my kids everywhere.
From the bowling alley to all kinds of things, but I think what I want to relay here is when we were in Las Vegas and as an adult, when my kids were very young, I decided we wanted to do a Santa Claus for my neighborhood. I wanted to have a party for my neighborhood for all the kids, my kids' ages. So I decided Uncle Gene could play the part really well. Well, he'd never played Santa before. So I got a Santa Claus suit from my school, which was a really pretty suit that they had stored for years and years and years and hadn't used. And I said, "Here you go, play Santa Claus for me." And he came in and did it for my neighborhood kids.
The pillow was down to my knees. I was the only Santa Claus with an elongated belt.
And he was wonderful. And Angela at the time hadn't been around Uncle Gene a lot, but enough that she knew who he was. But she kept saying, "He looks so familiar, but that was really Santa Claus, wasn't it, Mom? It has to really be Santa Claus." I know it was. It really had to. And for years we argued over whether that was the real Santa Claus or not, because Angela was convinced it was the real Santa Claus that came to our house to visit that year. And it kind of started a trend because the next year he didn't like my costume. He went out and bought his own. And started his thing. Oh, you made him one. Well, I know he had his own the next year because that one was really awful.
And then you ended up making them jazz sing.
And I grew my own pillow.
Yes.
Yeah, my pillow and your pillow.
But that was his introduction to playing Santa Claus, was that here at my house with our neighborhood party. And it was really wonderful thing
People
to do.
keep asking June, "Are you Mr. Santa Claus?" Remember that, June? Yeah.
Let me pass it on.
I got a lot of really, really neat memories too. Number one, I have a great, wonderful set of parents, Mom and Dad. And
That was Uncle and Aunt.
no, so that was Mom and Dad. And I guess they must have given my brother and I basics for strength, for existence, for love, for compassion, and for giving. And I don't know if we do it, but we try. And evidently we've gotten it from Mom and Dad. My favorite memory with my wonderful aunt, Opal, is when I was 14, I went up and I got to spend a great summer with Aunt Opal and Uncle Joe. And it's like my second mom. She disciplined me. She loved me. Uncle Joe didn't talk to me. He talked to me. He had his solemn moments and he had his positive moments. Neat people. Took her bear hunting. Took me bear hunting.
I like to hunt bear.
Speaking of bears, my older cousin ran over one with our bear hunt in going up to Yellowstone. Terry Joe was a baby, and Craig and I was really close at that time, and was working in Yellowstone, how she hit the bear. Screaming made no difference. I remember that vividly. I remember Keith.
Most tail I ever got in my life.
I also remember coming home from the hospital after I had polio. I went to Aunt Maxine's and Uncle Frank's, and I was on the bed, and at that time I wasn't allowed to walk around, and I nailed on a coffee can lid. I'd like to cut my kneecap off, and Uncle Gene had to spice my knee back again.
Remember that? Huh? Don't you remember that?
Yeah, I still got the scar. My scar. Uncle George and Aunt June have lots of memories there. Again, when I was 13, 12 or 13, I went down to visit and stay with my cousin. Cousin and I weren't very good. And if there was any trouble to get into, evidently we must have found it to get into.
I don't want to be between the two of them.
I tell you, we had a great time. We found out what the boys and girls were made out of. We found out what bodies were made out of. We also found out how to play strip poker to get to the bathtub.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Betty should have been with us last night, you'd have gotten an eye.
Yeah. Anyway, Carmen and I, there's like 6 weeks between us. We've gone through a lot together. We've loved together. We've shared together. And we cry together. And that's about it. And I love my aunt and uncle. And Mom and Dad, of course, I've already talked about. Uncle Gene.
Don't say it.
Well, Uncle Gene got home from home, and he stayed with June and George, and he used to come over and visit Mom and I a lot. And again, we did a lot of crying. Gene had some things he had to work out. He brought the boys. He never really met the boys, except for one time when he brought them home in Melbourne, when I got to babysit them, which was a trip. And I was
Wow.
pregnant and going out every day.
Gonna sit them down?
Probably easier than I said.
Uncle Gene at that point was, Ron was racing and Daddy was racing. And Uncle Gene used to spend his every hour at the races, running up and down the track, doctoring these guys that believed in rolling upside down than right side up. In fact, Uncle Gene said he was going to put roller skates on the hood because they went further on the hood than he did the wheels. Uncle Gene and I have had a lot of good times. It's been great. Aunt Donna and Uncle John, again, really close to them. And we again have shared a lot of wonderful, wonderful times. I can remember the time when I was little, I don't even know how old I was. You lived in a duplex. And I can remember the time that everybody used to go over to your house and play cards. I had to sleep in a stupid bedroom by myself, and it had double doors,
Yeah.
and I got in trouble because I didn't want to stay in bed. Trevor wasn't even here then.
No.
And I had to stay in there and listen to you guys playing games, and Mom would take her turn coming in and tell me to shut up and go to sleep. Daddy would come in and tell me to shut up and go to sleep. You would come in and tell me to shut up and go to sleep. But there was too much commotion. And I can remember those days. I can remember Gary coming over. I can remember Little John. I think it was Little John who moved to Manhattan one time.
Well, that was on the
That was
north,
the Salt Lake.
that was the north something, yes.
And it was a duplex.
I know.
It was a big house.
Big Johnny said.
For me, it was like, and it had a big French on the door, somebody's bedroom, it wasn't a duplex. Who, was that when you had the Studebaker? And that's when somebody had a closet.
I had a Crosby fall out of Packard. Mommy, why did you hit that car?
That Packard would not go up the mountains. Remember we tried to go
Yeah,
up there?
pushed it with a Studebaker.
And then when we stood on the running boards and we had to get off the car, and it would go so far and everybody had to get off the car and push it so far and jump on the running boards and go some more. And that's how we went camping. I remember those things.
Push it with a Studebaker.
I remember those. It was yellow, it was black running boards. I can tell you what color it was.
Convertible
It was black, a black top.
remember the night he parked at Maxine's front lawn.
Yo, get away from
Get off my lawn.
I guess, overall, I've got to say that I'm really, really blessed. There's not one instance
Oh,
I
boy.
don't have special love and
Remember that,
special
Max?
memories.
Oh, yeah. I remember a
Pulled
lot
back
of
and
things I
parked in his
regret.
front lawn.
What can you do about it now?
I'm gonna give it to my brother.
Come on.
My
That's
baby
it for
brother.
Trev.
I'm the youngest of the lot, so I just have
That's one thing.
and maybe I have the most fun memories because I don't remember a lot of detail, but I remember is in it. I remember Uncle Joe, and in that, all I remember is laughter. I just remember a lot of laughter whenever Mom and Dad traveled. Because remember, I was raised here, and I don't remember much of Kentucky, and nothing is all right. But I remember going to Uncle Joe's, and I remember a lot of laughter, especially your laugh. And that's a favorite memory. I just remember all this laughter, everybody having fun, and me going, ugh. Max and Frank, I have some wonderful memories. I remember playing piano with Max and idolizing Max because I was taking piano lessons and I had 10 thumbs and I could barely do scales, and here was this genius at the piano. You know, this woman that could just play like lightning, and she was fascinating, and she was funny. And Uncle Max, or Uncle Frank, he used to give me coins. He used to bring me coins.
He won them from me.
He found out that I collected coins, so he would bring like little foreign coins and unique coins to me, like because I collected pennies and dimes and nickels. Every time I saw him, he gave me some unique coins from my collection, and I thought it was really neat because he remembered over the years. Every time I saw him, he gave me a coin, and he always remembered it. It was really sweet, you know. And that is a real favorite memory that sticks in my head. George and June and Herman and Margot, I have just a million. I remember Margot in the little drag racer when we visited in California. That I remember. Carmen, I don't have many memories of
I
you.
have a lot of memories of too.
I don't have many
There you
memories.
go, Dad, you're lucky.
No, Trevor and I were close. Carmen was out of the picture, but
Yeah,
your sister and my sister were very close, but
Yeah.
we got the
We got
opportunity to get to know each other.
we got to know each other. The only unfortunate thing I got to do was I got to follow this one in school.
Yes.
And I'll tell you, it was the pits because we had the same last name, and she was a straight A student,
No.
and I was a good student in the things that I liked, and I was not so hot in the things that I didn't like. So I got her English teachers who kept saying, "Gee, Margot was a real good English student." And I got her history teachers who said, "Well, who were those two?"
History.
No, English, mathematics, literature, and English.
I don't know. Hawkins is who I had in history because I did a practical for him.
Yeah, I had Hawkins, and he kept saying how wonderful Margot
Well,
was,
that's 'cause I
how
went back
lousy I was.
Was a student assistant for him.
Anyway, finally, I managed to outlive it. I did graduate at least.
Can you read?
I can read. I have a little bit of a mind. And Margot was that much older. I mean, she was discovering boys and doing the hair on the rollers, like I said before. And I was just this bad little kid that was, well, we're 3 years apart. So I was in junior high and she was just getting out of high school. And George, and you know the thing I'll never forget as long as I live in June is your laugh. You have the most wonderful, infectious laugh of anyone I've ever known. It's really unique, and it makes everybody else want to laugh. And that's an endearing thing. George would give you the shirt off his back. He'd do anything for you. He's sweet. He's sweet George. I mean, it's just good. Revolting, but it's true.
That's my brother.
Mom and Daddy, I don't know. You know, what can you say? I mean, I love them dearly. But I want to say one thing about Daddy. I was an introverted little kid. My interests were not what other kids' interests were. I mean, I was not a football player. I was more intellectual. I read. I played piano, and I did things more on the studious line. Daddy let me do what I wanted to do. Daddy let me be my own human being. He didn't force me to play sports. He didn't force me to do anything. Daddy always let me be what I wanted to be. Couple of instances. I always wanted to go deer hunting. I finally got to go deer hunting. I pressured him because I wanted to go deer hunting. Finally, I was old enough. He got me a gun. We went deer hunting. And I'll never forget it. We spotted a deer. I ran down the mountain with this gun going off like I was shooting a machine gun. And Daddy was running after me saying, "Son of a goddamn machine gun." We got to the bottom of the hill, and there was this deer that was riddled with bullets. I mean, it had been shot through and through. It looked like Sid.
That's when we went.
That's right, it was my first deer. So Daddy handed me the knife, and he said, "You killed it, you got it." And how old was I? 15? Maybe 15?
No, you wasn't either. You was about
14? So Daddy held it down, and I carved it open, and I am retching my guts out. I am so sick, I am turning green. I did it. I don't remember ever killing anything. But I did it. And
you went what?
I went deer hunting again, but I didn't want to kill it. But Daddy respected me for it. I mean, he really did. He never laid blame on me. He never gave me guilt because I just didn't have the stomach for it. I loved walking the mountains with him, but he never gave me guilt. He always let me be what I was. I'm pretty sensitive.
Take a drive down the shop. A week, couple weeks. Did a damn good job for me. But he come up to me one day and he said, "Dad, you stuffed this job up your ass. This is one for me."
Sensitive tip.
Well, that was when I was 7. And the other story I want to relate then again is Daddy. I was a klutzy kid. Besides being sensitive, I was always doing shit that I was damaging myself. And one time the whole family bundled into the Corvair ranch site that he had. Threw kids and all this shit in this Corvair and drove down to Christ knows where, Baja, Mexico. It was like 18 hours drive. All of us kids in the back of this goddamn ranch site. It was 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. By the time we got to Baja, we saw ocean. And me, being the dramatic little kid that I was, jumped out of the ranch site and went, "Ocean!" And I ran right off the cliff. And as I'm laying there in the surf, and my legs are like cut to shit, and I was lucky I was not dead because I did literally run right off the cliff. Daddy comes over, leans over the cliff, and says, "Sonny, all right?" I said, "Yeah, his legs are bleeding." And he said, "You dumb shit." He was doing So about 4 years later, I'm driving a car. I decided to go on vacation, drive to New Mexico with a couple of girlfriends of mine. Get halfway there, total the car out at 2 o'clock in the morning. Destroyed the car. We all walked away. We're a little cut up, but we all walked away. Called Daddy 2 o'clock in the morning. Told him I just wrecked my car. He said, "You all right?" I said, "Yeah." "You dumb shit. What the hell did you do?"
But I said, "Are you all right, son?"
It's always, "Are you all right, son?" That was your dumb shit.
You like your middle name.
Usually was Trevor
Trevor
Dunn.
I said, "What do you need? How do we go? Get you out?"
Exactly. I mean, I was always getting myself in junk, and
Mom and Dad always bailed us out.
they bailed us out. Sometimes they were too proud, or I was too proud to even ask them. A couple of times they found out about it, got furious. Yeah, but when there were some times, when I moved to LA, boy, I'll tell you, when I moved to LA and slept for a week in my car in the parking lot, I wanted to call and never did.
I know you did.
I never did.
I know you did. I know you did.
I could have. I know now that I could have called and it wouldn't have been a big deal. And you should have, but I didn't.
Wishful family for sure. It's a good thing we also had lifetime parachute and parents on day one.
Uncle Gene, you know what? My most outstanding memory is dropping the drive line of our 1960 Chevy in the middle of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh, my God.
Coming to see you at the city. And Daddy was lucky he didn't pole vault that car right off the huge, wonderful, wonderful deal. The sun through I was taller than I was. And just running through those things and sneezing my brains out because I was that water. But it was wonderful. It really was. I'm going to pass it on. Ron.
Your turn.
Where did George go? Now remember what I told you. Okay. A deal behind there. George ought to be with him.
Yeah, they'll be right back.
Knocked there.
Dad.
Donnie was with him. We went down there. We got the damn deer down. And George says, "What do we do now?" I looked at that deer. George looked at me and I said, "I guess we do a laparotomy here." We cut that deer from balls to ears, all tell you. Boy, we cleaned that sucker out. When you cut a deer, you only cut them here. You take everything out. Boy, we ripped that sucker all the way. We cleaned that deer out. I'll never forget. The first and only deer I ever got it. He had a complete laparotomy.
Every time. The night before I was drunk. Like the first deer I cleaned, I got tossed my cookies. Goddamn sick little deer.
First year I went hunting with him, all knocked down two. One on this side of the mountain and one on this side of the mountain. George and Julian are back in the motorhome. They're waiting for us. We're sitting down this Pollock Hill. I don't know how to explain it, except the banks are like this.
You can stand straight up.
Deer is all in the bottom. Paul gets one on this side, he gets one on that side. And we got Randy, Jerry. Randy's about this big. Jerry's not much bigger. So we go down, we get this one, we got him, and we drag him over the buckskation, about that high, down to the bottom. We go across and we get the other one, we drag him down. So we killed him there. So we looked at him. Here's these bangs going up like this. And we got Jerry and Randy. So we looked down and boy, here's this hill the other side. It's just a nice gentle hill. Here's a lot of snow down here. He said, what we'll do is we'll just drag these suckers down and we're going to slide them right down this hill.
Let them go.
And we're going to take them off the other side. So we get these suckers down there on the side and that snow. Only the snow, instead of looking like this, it's about like this. So it's this deep. So we drag one and then we walk up and we get the other one and we drag it. So we send Ronnie, or we send Jerry and Randy. He said, okay, you go down to the end and go up and get us some help. Meantime, George and June, they're all packed, they're ready to go back. Like, we run out of water. We're stuffing snow in our canteen, holding it in the sun. And we drag these suckers, one and one down. We get to the end of the snow, here's
1,000 feet up straight up.
Paul says, we're just going to leave these goddamn things, and we're going to get out of here. And I said, we drug them bastards all day long. I said, before we leave them, we're going to eat them.
We shoved those son of a bitches down that hill, and that hill over there just looked like nothing. Oh, we just go off that. Get down there.
Just
son of a
straight
bitch,
up.
yeah, it's straighter than the one we just drug down.
But then the ultimate is they get out. Jerry gets out. Randy gets lost down there. So they get the help, but everybody's looking for Randy. George is all pissed to the eyebrows because he's got to go home. They had to get back. They got to unpack the motorhome because they're loaded with deer. We're down the bottom of this goddamn mountain.
Then we finally left there with the motorhome with about 6 limits of fish, and they're checking it at the end of the...
But finally they get the people up and we can see them up on the end. And they come in, we cut the deer in two, and we take them up. Paul and I, we've been out there all day fighting these suckers. Tough, you know. We get them half of the time. We got these goddamn horns sitting on our heads. We want somebody to blow us apart. get them up.
Take a half foot up about 50.
We didn't get into camp till about 6 o'clock that night. Ran out of brandy.
And that is why they named that mountain after me.
Full buck gourd.
Ron called me the goddamn Polack. It's called Elephant Butte, but for all of our bunch, it's Polack Hill, which is named after me.
Now it's your turn.
So,
Now it's your turn.
well, talking about deer hunting. The only time I ever went with you guys was the one time Bambi, I killed the Bambi. Even everything turned out great except for when I kind of killed the one deer and I kind of wandered off by myself to go find something else to kill and you guys had to carry the deer yourself without me. Paul, you didn't like that too much. But you gotta learn, you know, live and learn.
There's a goddamn many deer out there. I really don't know. One time I carried 6 deer out there at Dean Thomas. Dean Thomas and I carried them. For everybody else, it's only goddamn kid. He carried 6 deer out. Shit, I couldn't do it now. I gotta do it for me.
I couldn't get off the launch the other day. Ronnie was scared to go and carry me out.
You gonna learn nothing this
So
year?
last night.
I'm beginning to wonder if I'm gonna be able to make it.
That was your Huh? Could be this week, can it?
I don't know. He'll be in the month. Ron has to call. It'll be in the month. You guys can go to the same place up there.
You have done, yeah.
See, deer hunt, I don't know. Deer hunt up the bird hunt.
Are you going there?
You gotta put it in the tag now, though, right? Everybody needs the same stuff. You got 7. Oh, 10.
We'd ought to be gone for 4 days.
They don't take them all and they send you one in the
I really don't know what that is.
Okay, here's that animal. You get one company dog.
That's it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that'll hold it up.
Well, these kids just don't know.
Yeah,
Be better off, start better off, you just stay away from them.
because just say hi, Sam.
Hey, she's not down, she's got like a boy, they got a baby.
Mom?
Yeah, she's got a boy, 6 weeks old.
Cindy's turned out.
Mom? Mom? Cindy's kind of tall.
Okay.
She's having a hard time because she was pretty young when everybody else was.
We're both here, we're both the public. Well, actually, you guys know more about me than I know about myself. About every one of you have raised me. Meanest goddamn girl I ever knew.
Yeah, you are.
One time or another.